Good morning from Australia. My name is Matt Nahat, and today I am here with my friends from America. We are going to be playing Kingmaker, the Pathfinder Second Edition adventure path, which has been widely lauded and regarded as an excellent adventure path. We have gotten through the first section chapter, which is in relation to the Stag Lord and his efforts to criminal make more criminal the this area of the stolen and broken lands. We have dealt with him, and today we're going to be doing something. We're still going to be in our characters, we're still going to be role playing, but we're also going to be learning together as players and as characters what the kingdom building section of Kingmaker is all about. It's going to involve a little bit more um, function, a little bit more system, terminology, a little bit more step by step stuff, but we're still going to be checking in with the characters every so often, doing some role play, talking about their histories, talking about their decisions. But it will probably feel a little bit different than we have for the majority of this time, which has been almost solely based on their exploration and their time together, their role play together. And so it'll be a little bit different. So I hope it's still reasonable. Please give the board feedback or post feedback to me or in Discord, whatever, to let us know what you thought of today, because we're doing things a little bit differently and it's a little different function and learning together. So, with all of that said, and with an 18 plus poster on the session, because we are adults and we will be doing adult things, we're gonna jump over to our players and to their characters and check in. So, hello guys, how is everyone?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, it's really good to have you all here. All right, so here we are. Things are good. Good to see you guys chatting. Thank you for chatting and being involved in what's going on the stream. Good to see you, Cruel Fang. Cruel Fang is a stalwart member of our community, someone who is constantly supporting and a good guy. So I'm going to give a shout out. And anyone else that's here that would like to say hi, and if you stream, let me know so that I can shout you out and we can grow our community together. With all of that said, let's jump over to these guys and talk about. So, what I would like from each of you, please, is that last section of your potentially what you do or say or think of getting back to Oleg's trading post, and how you spend the next maybe week or two, just in a couple of sentences. I don't want to go into huge amounts of detail just yet, but kind of what your static self is as you settle in, and knowing that the Stag Lord threat is removed, how you spend your time. So we're gonna first go to Malkov, and I'm gonna go up this time rather than down. So Malkov, um, how does Rezkin feel, and what does he do during this little bit of time as you've
Well, it's been a
succeeded?
fairly stressful month.
Yes.
It's been exciting. It's been interesting. We've gotten to see lots of interesting things and meet interesting people, but it has not been without some near death experiences and some significant peril. So, probably looking forward to just being able to have a little bit of a relaxing, casual routine for a while. sleep in the morning, help with cooking and scullery work, and Oleg's, for dinners, and maybe some hunting occasionally during the day, and maybe end the evening with reading one of the books that Cassier has, if he'll let me, and it's one I haven't read. But other than that, nothing particularly special. Probably just de-stressing.
Very good. Well, thank you for shedding a light on that. We'll go to Lucas.
Yeah. Um, he's gonna come back and um, he's going to basically just take stock of this, like the experience that he's had for the last month, and um, for the first few days, he's probably going to do a lot of hard thinking and a lot of um, maybe replaying decisions that he made in his head and seeing if he could have made better choices. And after that, he's going to kind of just put it behind him, and he's going to read a book, like read books. I don't know, maybe walk around, just walk around the grounds. See if maybe there's like little odd jobs that he can help with just to get that kind of experience. Um, and just genuinely try to like maybe get better at some of the more mundane things that he's never had to do in his life.
Fair enough. Mixed nuts on Tarnal.
Drinking, singing, composing. In a nutshell, that is going to be the entirety of the first couple of weeks for me, trying to put down what we did into a form that could actually be performed.
Would you then do that a little bit with Lindsay, who is also interested in penning your adventures and your exploits?
Absolutely, I had intended to collaborate with her the whole way through for that.
All right.
Always good to have a second person to work with.
Then I will reflect that later on, but I'm not that just now. But that's awesome. He spends his time doing that, and finally we have DM next playing Sir.
I'm going to see if Keston can put Lucas to work with the men, learning how to be a proper soldier. And then I'm going to work with Valerie and fill her in as what's gone on and the plans of where we kind of need to head with things, and inform her of Lucas's mishaps and ask if she can aid in any way in keeping an eye on him and making sure he improves his way of things.
Well, it might be.
And then I'm going to talk to Amiri and tell her likewise.
It might be no surprise to you whatsoever, but it would be Keston's pleasure to drill Lucas.
Yeah, okay.
Fine.
Fine.
Guess who's running around the football field 5 times every morning? Yeah. So
I did say that I was gonna like try to get better at some of the more mundane things that I have not done in my life, and this would probably be on that list. So I get it.
okay.
Love you, Ezreal.
Yeah, so awesome, guys. So that's really good. So that gives you a bit of an idea of what these characters are doing, and for the players, obviously you've just communicated this. So let's keep those things in mind as we are going to now be like focusing in on the systems that we're here to learn today, because I don't know how long this is going to take. And we're going to try and interject little character, maybe decisions and moments and discussions in with this flow. And if it seems like too long since we've like spotlighted a character, please put your hand up or say something like we don't. Yeah, just say something, so that we can not be quite so official or formal. But there is a formal section to this, and so yeah, we're gonna start on that. So what we're gonna do is it's a new actor.
Well,
Alright.
trying to take care of some stuff in the background while you're doing that, Matt. Quick question. Is there any reason that we should keep any of the gems that are just treasures, or should we just liquidate all the treasures for gold?
My point of view is liquidate as much as you can.
Thank you. I'm going to work on that in the background so I can get that taken care
And
behind
then,
the scenes for
have you
everything.
guys thought any more about the weapon reward we're going to get?
I could use one.
Okay.
Since I won't be having the great axe if I'm going to keep the shield.
Yeah, what about a shield?
Well, I don't have a +1 weapon right now if I don't use the great axe, and the great axe is two-handed.
Can't you change it though into like a spear or whatever?
No, it can be a similar two-handed weapon.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then I can't have the returning. What I did was I took out the technically a trident, and I put returning on it so that I could have the 20-foot range weapon.
Okay.
So a hammer or a war spear would be useful as a +1.
Yeah.
But that's just one option.
Fine with me.
I'm open to other people as well.
No, that's fine with me. I've got the magic rapier, so I'm set.
And I use my spells primarily, plus I now have that +1 dagger. I'm good weapon-wise. I mean, if I'm having to stab with things, something's gone terribly wrong as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Should we offer
I'm
the
fine with
+1 great
my,
axe to Amiri or... Well, probably not Valerie. I think she uses a shield.
Amiri
Should
mainly
we offer it
uses
to one of them?
two-handers.
Yeah, I
Amiri
think
loves
that's a good
two-handers,
idea.
Yeah, I mean, Amiri could probably make very good use of it.
And of all of the ones that were there involved in any of the adventures that we went out on, Amiri's the only one who actually went out with us to kill bandits.
Yeah, Lindsay and Valerie were watching out over Oleg's for us, keeping guard there.
Which is greatly appreciated,
She-
but is not the same as being shoulder to shoulder with you while the blood
Oh,
is
I know.
flying.
I was agreeing with that.
Yeah, I'm totally in favor of you offering that to Amiri and then
So we will offer
spear or whatever from Oleg.
Amiri
Or
the +1
Keston.
great axe. And then for Keston, if he can get us a hammer or trident that has the thrown property, that would be useful. That's a +1. I can find the exact weapon if you want me to find an exact weapon.
I would think outside of what, I don't know what Cassier would prefer, but blunt's probably more useful universally.
Blunt is much better at splattering skulls.
Well,
Right.
it's just
Um,
things that are resistant to piercing are more common than any of the other types.
Well, they have different critical specializations is the other thing to consider.
That's true too. Hammers knock people down, right?
Hammer on critical specialization, target is knocked prone unless they succeed a fortitude
that's
save
Phenomenal.
against class DC.
Yeah,
I would
so
put it that.
Spears or trident give them
A beat.
clumsy 1 until
Oh,
the start of your next turn.
Clumsy's -1 to everything, pretty much.
yeah, it's
That's not bad.
it's dexterity checks and attacks,
And
I
armor class too, I think.
All right. Yeah. So actually, before I do this, so what I will do, I'm just wondering what I write down and what I do now. So in relation to gear, do we want me to write that down as things to do off camera? I think maybe that's a better decision.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, gear's a good one to do off camera. Shopping sessions are boring.
So let me record then what we've said. So we want a +1 what?
Trident or Warhammer with the throne property. Which Trident would be, I've been calling it a war spear, since it's just it's a martial spear with
So
throne.
what you want is a Mjolnir.
I want to see who buys
Yes.
the best bling. Pimp my armor! Good to see you, Scott Dog. Thank you for the first time chat. And
Welcome.
guys, if you're not already, I know that Scott Dog is a streamer, so let's shout him out. My shout out isn't working, but let's do it anyway.
He was doing Elden Ring today, actually.
Elden Ring, nice. So yeah, thank you for being here, Scott Dog. Hope that your Elden Ring playthrough is going well and that you had a good stream. Really appreciate the first time chat. Come again, and if you have anything to say, keep on saying it. We like interaction here. So we've got a +1. Do you have a preference? Because these are two totally different things.
I would prefer a hammer because that fits what he's been doing.
And it's which hammer? Do you know what it's called?
I need to look. No, give
Can
me
you-
a moment.
can you
I am
look
looking
that
at
up
them. I will
for
take
me?
care of that. Yes, don't worry.
So
I will
that
take care
I
of
can
that.
write it down. And then, so that's going to Kasser. And what other things, like, is anything else changing as far as anyone getting things? We're giving the +1 axe from Kasser to Amiri.
It's currently in stash. Yep, and we're giving it's in the party stash, and we're giving it to Amiri as a, hey, you can use this well.
Yeah.
We
and
appreciate what you've
then-
done.
It's a thank you gift.
And then Tarnal is working, because I need to add these as notes and progression with our with a reputation with Lindsay, and Kasser is working primarily with Valerie.
Yes.
Okay, right.
Valerie and
Yeah.
Keston are kind of the main points for
Yes, I'm working with Keston.
Yeah, so Keston.
Ragged.
yes.
Keston isn't a companion, but so there's not
Right.
reputation with him, but we're tracking
Okay.
that informally because it's the companions specifically that we're tracking it.
Okay.
And if we did it with
I
everyone,
don't know if-
it will get too much.
Oh yeah. I don't blame you. I need to roll anything for that. I can too.
Yeah, alright. So I have taken those notes, and anything else that we think of that we need to do off stream, I'm just going to be writing down here to give myself a list so that we can get that facilitated for you. Okay?
Last point to add to that is any of the weapons and armor we have, we can either liquidate them, or if Keston can put them to work for troops in our kingdom, we can do that.
Yes. So as part of establishing a kingdom, and this is going to be something that I speak about a little bit later in the session. We're going to be talking about Keston, and we're going to be talking about Oleg's a little bit later. So we'll touch back on that. All right, as part
Can
of
I
today's
ask one
session.
last thing?
Yes.
And I will be done for a bit.
Yeah.
The stolen goods that we have, were those Keston stolen goods?
Yes.
Or no, that was separate. That's the other miscellaneous stuff, not the...
So
his
Keston's was from the single guy, and then the stolen goods are just miscellaneous.
Was the other stuff.
And we
Okay, okay,
already
so
added.
we can sell that stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure we already added gold for it.
I have a
It was the
request.
bundle of stolen goods. It's mundane trait goods like pelts, furs, tobacco, iron, bronze, miscellaneous weapons, and armor.
Lucas has a request.
Okay.
Can he be the one to deliver Keston's goods back to him to try and
I'm sure that we will allow that.
Okay, thank you. You know, Lucas decided he didn't like being punched in the face.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, as I said, we will be checking back in with Keston a little bit later. So when we come to that, we can go over some of the things that happen in relation to Lucas and get a picture of what Keston is up to and in relation to both the kingdom and his further doings. Okay, so we're going to be coming back to that. But thank you for that. Alright, so I'm going to be pressing a button. I don't know what this button does, okay? I don't know how official or how thorough this is, so we're going to be learning this together. I'm going to be pressing a button. This is the Create Kingdom button. And what I'm hoping is going to happen is this is going to pop up a like step-by-step guide that follows the book with creating a kingdom. Okay, yes, we have a drum roll. Alright, and we're gonna just be experiencing this together for the first time. So guys at home and guys also playing, full disclosure, this might go badly. Alright, here we go. Yes, we're ready. Okay. Very good.
Ooh, we did.
So building this.
Charter,
Okay.
Conquest, Expansion, Exploration, Grant, Open.
Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about each of these things. And we're going to be doing this in a step-by-step manner. It's probably going to be boring as all hell, but that's fine. Okay. So, in Kingdom Creation, we are going to have some Kingdom ability scores. Those are going to come back up again, but I'm going to talk about them now. The Kingdom ability scores are as follows, okay? We have Culture. Culture measures the interest and dedication of your nation and its people to the arts and sciences, to religion and reason, and to the subjects that your society chooses to learn about and to teach. Are your people well versed in rhetoric and philosophy? They value learning and research, music and dance. Do they embrace society in all its diverse splendor? If they do more and more of these things, then they're likely to have a robust or higher culture score. Culture. I'm going to go over 4 stats. I'm going to summarize them by reading them out, and then I'm going to be asking for questions in relation to them. Okay? Loyalty is your... Sorry. The economy is your next one. Economy measures the practical day-to-day workings of your society as it comes together to do the work of making and building, buying and selling. How industrious are your citizenry? Are they devoted to building more, higher, better, trading in goods, services, and ideas? If so, your kingdom likely has a robust or higher economy score. Loyalty is next. Loyalty measures the collective will, spirit, and sense of camaraderie the citizens of your nation possesses. How much do they trust and depend on one another? How do they respond when you sound the call to arms or enact new laws? How do they react when other nations send spies or provocateurs into your lands? If they support the kingdom's leadership, the kingdom itself has a robust or higher loyalty score. I need to reauthorize the bot. Thank you. I will do that. It won't be today. Stability is the final stat, but not the final thing to learn. Okay? But it's the final stat. Stability measures the physical health and well-being of your nation. This includes its infrastructure, the buildings, the welfare of its people, how well things are protected and maintained. How carefully do you maintain your stores and reserves, repair things that are broken, provide for the necessities of life? How quickly can you mobilize to shield your citizens from harm? A kingdom that can handle both prosperity and disaster efficiently and effectively has a robust or higher stability score. So, with all of that said, I know that you don't know how these apply to anything other than what I've just said in relation to approximately what they mean. Does anyone have any questions in relation to that?
Is there a place we can see these?
There will be once all of this function has been undertaken. It's going to look a little bit like a character sheet, okay? But it'll be like a character sheet for the kingdom. It'll look a little bit different, but it'll be similar. What were you saying, Malkov? Sorry?
There's some stuff about it on the last tab of the sheet too, of the building kingdom.
Yeah, the stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff here.
I mean, what they actually stand for is what I meant. So what does culture, economy, loyalty, and stability stand for? I think I kind of know.
Yeah.
I believe it's in the player's guide as well.
Player's guide, okay.
Yeah, the PDF that was shared with us.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about how you can access things in game, as far as some of this information and also other information, potentially at the end of the session or the start of the next session, to like help you as players to orient yourselves with Foundry, because I want as much as we can to be here on the virtual tabletop so that you don't have to go searching elsewhere. I'm going to try and make it so that everything you need is here. Okay? So I need to facilitate that, help you to get to that. Okay, so we kind of have an approximate idea around what these stats mean, and this will help us to establish our kingdom, because each of the different types of charter have different bonuses and flaws, or boosts and flaws, to stats. Every type of charter has 2 boosts. Your stats start at 10, even for your kingdom. So kingdom stats start at 10. Your boosts add 2 to that score. And your floor reduces by 2. So we're going to talk about these now, because this is our first choice. We can have one of 5 different types of charter, and this explains or narrates what we're here to do. What is our primary goal of this kingdom, settlement, area, place? So, conquest is first. Your sponsors have conquered an area. Its former leaders have been routed, or even killed. Places you in charge of portion of conquered territory, and commands you to hold and pacify it. Okay, there's keywords here. In the name of your patron, which is Jamandi, Lady Jamandi Eldori, who we've met and who we've gotten to know. The people of the conquest charter are devoted and supportive of your rule. The constant threat of potential war hinders the arts and makes it difficult for citizens to relax. And so our boosts are to loyalty, and 1 free of your choice that isn't culture or loyalty. And your flaw is culture, because we're a little aggressive, and so there's always risks that that's going to blow up. Okay, so that's conquest. We're gonna move on to expansion, and again, I will go over these each, and then I will ask a question in relation to if there's questions, and then we will pick one together. Okay, so we'll go over all of them and then ask that question. Expansion. Your patron, Lady Jamandi Eldori, places you in charge of a domain adjacent to already settled lands, with the expectation that your nation will remain a strong ally. Great support from your patron's nation helps to bolster your kingdom's society, But increased reliance means that fluctuations in your fortunes for your allies can impede your security. So, she would expect you to remain strong allies with Restov, but your ability boosts in this case are one free that isn't culture or stability, you get a boost for culture, and you get a floor in stability. Okay, because you're constantly expanding. The idea is that you're colonizing, that sort of thing. Okay? Exploration is your next one. Your sponsor, Lady Jamandi Yodori, wants you to explore, clear, settle wilderness area along the border of your sponsor's own territory. Your charter helps to secure initial structures at the cost of incurring financial debt. So, your boost is stability, one free that isn't stability and economy, and your floor will be economy because you've gone a little bit into debt as part of getting more stuff. Grant. Your patron grants a large amount of funding and other resources without restriction on the nature of your kingdom's development, but they do require you to employ many of their citizens and allies. Your nation's wealth and supplies are secure, but a portion of your kingdom's residents have split allegiances between your nation and that of your sponsor, Lady Jamandi Eldori. So, again, we have economy as our boost, we have a free that isn't economy or loyalty, and you have a floor in loyalty. And your final one is open. If you prefer to be truly free agents, trailblazers, staking your claim, you can choose an open charter with no restrictions, no direct support. In this case, Lady Jamandi applauds your great bravery and self-confidence, but warns that establishing a kingdom is no small task. An open charter grants a single ability boost, not a free and one else, and you have no floor. So you don't get a reduction, you don't get a -2, but you also don't get an extra +2. So, any questions, and then a discussion on what is the most attractive to us as a whole, which is everyone in the party.
Where are her borders?
Right above us, right? Right, like to the. So if you look at the map, I believe it's the north.
What hexes exactly?
Okay.
Oh no! I was wrong. To the east.
Okay. So we don't have ping. I'm sorry, but
East.
if you look on the stream, right? So this technically, actually, hang on one second.
I got you covered, Matt.
So technically, the Stag Lord's fort that we have decided to settle in is actually lower. Now we don't have to exactly fulfill the wording, all right? So the fact that this isn't adjacent to hers is I don't think is important. Right? What we're saying is that it's the flaws and boosts that matter. But here we are in the Stag Lord's fort in this area that is in the green. The area that we've most explored is above it, and then above that, well, technically over here, way over here, is her things over here in Restov. So she's technically here. If we did here or there, that would technically fulfill. But again, I don't care about that as much as the other things, because this is flavor text versus rules. Okay, so I'm not concerned as much. She's here. We've got these two adjacent lands. We've got this one which we've explored. We've got this one, which is where we're setting up, and we've got a couple of others that are around us. Okay. So yeah.
Well, that's technically 2 down. Interesting.
See, and my opinion, even though it seems like it's probably going to be one of the more difficult, is I don't want strings on us.
That's fair. So you'd prefer open?
I prefer
Arnold wants open.
I prefer the open just simply because I've already seen what happens when you end up having people who think that they are divided amongst other groups or you're reliant on somebody else's money at that point.
Sure.
So,
Bad things happen.
so
I'd much rather be open, to be
okay.
honest.
What I'm gonna say before we go there is when we're talking about these things, what you're doing is you're changing 10 base to boost to 12 base or to floor to 8 base.
Okay.
So the difference is not crazy, like
Huge.
massive. It matters, like in Pathfinder, every +1 matters. But this is not the difference between 4 and 10, right? This is 8 and 12 and 10. So it's one step away. So don't. I'm okay with you picking open, but don't not pick one of the others because you think a floor is going to completely change the way that you operate, because you can shore these things up with other choices, and as you grow and as you make other choices, these things are going to change anyway. All right, and so this is the first boosts and floors that we get, and we're going to be getting more in further steps. And the next steps, you can choose something that shores up the thing that you've gotten a flaw in the previous step. It's just in this step we can't shore that up, but in future steps we can. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah. Does so I sent a few things in chat. Does that make more sense? Like, it's like if you do open, it's 12 and 1 and 10 and the other 3. If you do any of the other 4, it's 12 and 2, 10 and 1 and 8 in another. And then so it's like it's 42 points across the 4 areas. It's just like, do you want to have something be a little less, or do you want like more flat?
And I'm less looking at it from a mechanical standpoint. I'm looking at it more from Tarnal's point of view of I want no strings on me. I don't, as much as the Lady Eldori has been, Jumanji Eldori has been helpful and nice.
You want to be allies to her, not sworn to her.
I want her to be an ally, yes, but I don't want to be reliant upon in any way.
Okay. The other thing.
That's one reason why. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's one thing. That's one reason why I prefer expansion, is because it's just an ally thing. It's not a fealty thing.
Right. But the other thing is, right, so what can I say to clarify? These say financial debt, and it sounds like to me that you're taking that on board and you're saying we now have to deal with a reduction in our economy. We're going to have to save money to pay this back. That's false. What it means is that your starting stat is less. It doesn't mean anything else. Your starting stat being less reflects the debt, or reflects the stability, or reflects the culture. It doesn't mean you have an ongoing thing you have to track to fulfill.
Right. That makes sense.
It's a stat-based thing, not a narrative-based thing.
Okay. Dime, what are your thoughts on what you think you would like to do? I want to hear them.
I mean, if I'm going to play blindly as Kassur, Conquest not a bad option.
Yeah.
It's the one there that's my least preferred.
Same. Yeah, same.
I don't want to
hate war.
I don't want to pacify people is the point.
Yeah, and we've
They
done.
need to be pacified if they're not following rules. They should be
Exactly.
loyal, and you don't have to pacify them. What's the problem?
Yeah, I see what you're
But
saying. It's like
I'm okay
Kasura's
with
not gonna
open.
like expansion because expansion means that like if you expand, then you're like you're less stable. Like you have more ground to cover, so you can't like hold it.
Loyalty, stability, and economy would be more the three that he would be concerned with. Culture can come as you have a loyal, stable
In his mind.
group. So
Yeah, and keep in mind
That's
that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. In
These are
Castor's
our
mind,
base, and we're building off these. So you can reflect
that
some
was
of these.
purely a Castor's mindset, not the rules.
Guys, I'm just saying what I would prefer most of that. It's for me, all of them are interesting, with open being my top choice and conquest being my lowest choice. The other three within there, I would be interested in expand or exploration before I would be in expansion.
Yeah, and we've been doing exploration pretty much primarily in our narrative up to date.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so Malkov, you haven't spoken for a little bit. What are you
I'm
thinking?
leaning towards open or exploration,
Okay,
mainly for the RP reasons based on the description provided.
so open exploration. I'm gonna put one in both of those. Is anyone interested in Grant? It sounds like no one was.
That's like at the bottom. It's like at the so it's for me. It's like it's conquest at the very bottom and then Grant right above it. Like
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna
Same.
just do top two, guys. I don't care
Yeah.
about what your
Oh, yeah.
bottom is. I'm gonna do top
Yeah,
two.
no,
Malkov
yeah,
is
it's-
open and exploration. Asriel, what are your top two?
expansion and exploration.
Expansion and exploration. All right. Mixed nuts. What is your top
Open
two?
Open and exploration.
Open and exploration. DM Nix.
Sorry.
Castor being diplomatic would go with open and grant.
Open and Grant. So we have 3 for open, 3 for exploration. What are we going to choose? The other two are off now. We're going to have open or exploration, guys. Let's plow through.
Open's my vote.
Exploration.
Okay. So we've got a vote for open, a vote for exploration. We
I'll
can't
go with exploration.
exploration. You're gonna
was gonna
say
say
open because I will roll a dice, guys. I will roll a dice.
I just did that for my choice between the two of Ottery and for myself. So if that's what's necessary, do it.
I don't object to that.
What's
Flip a
your
coin.
What's your choice, Dio?
I'm fine with you doing that if you want. I know Castor would rather go with open over exploration. Exploration is good for us to do, but not for a society to do as a whole.
All right, I'm gonna roll a coin flip. On a 1, it's gonna be open. On a 2, it's gonna be exploration. Off we go. It's exploration. Okay, that's what it's gonna be.
Works for me.
As long as we don't mispronounce that to exploitation, we're fine.
All right, we're gonna save this step. All right.
I have to step away
There's
for a
a
second,
gold
guys.
and
I will still
silver
be able to hear,
mine
though.
that we need to exploit.
Yeah, well, that's later on,
We exploit
guys.
gold and
That's
silver.
That's later on. Later on.
No, I know.
I gotta clamp down on something. I'm clamping down on that. Alright, so we've already chosen where we want our stuff, and it's here. So that is going to be on a lake or river. No debates. That's what it's going to be. Done. So, save and continue. Governments. Alright. So, I'm going to stretch. More information to you guys, okay? So, as you can see at the bottom of each of these, we have boosts and we have skills that you automatically get, and you also get a feat that goes along with these things. Keep in mind, your player concept of what these mean are meaningless. In real life, I mean. Okay? Real life despotism, feudalism, oligarchy, don't worry about it. Instead, look at what it says as far as flavor text. That's secondary. Primary is look at the ability boosts and the skills and the feat to give you an idea of what this is. Okay? So, despotism. This is the idea that your rule is centered around a single individual who seized or inherited command and whose authority is absolute. The ruler of this kingdom retains advisors and assistants, but only when they obey the ruler's whims. So, don't worry too much about the flavor text. You're not, like, these things help you to give you an idea of what kind of thing you're making, but, like, we don't have to follow the narrative to the nth degree. Instead, you know that the ability boost, the things that are getting boosted, are stability and economy, and you get a free choice that's not one of those. You are going to get intrigue and warfare kingdom skills, and I can go over what the rest of the kingdom skills are, and you'll get a bit of an idea of what the rest of them are by looking into the rest. And Crush Descent is making harsh examples out of traders. Once per kingdom turn, when you gain unrest, you attempt to crush the descent. You make your check, and the unrest increase can be cancelled. All right, so this feat allows you to potentially crush unrest when it happens. Unrest will at some point probably happen. Okay, and so that's that. Okay, if you get a critical failure, the unrest will go up even more. Okay, so that's what that does. Okay, give you an idea of what it does. Feudalism. The idea here is a dynastic royal family. Okay, and it's distributed amongst vassals and fiefdoms. Don't worry about that too much. Again, flavor text, but it gives you a slightly top-down perspective. The ability boost here, stability, culture, and one of your choice that isn't stability or culture. Kingdom skills, defense and trade, and kingdom feat, fortified fiefs. This is your vassals take the duty to protect those under their stewardship, and your engineers emphasize the value of strong defense. What that means is you get +2 to checks attempted to fortify hexes, which is an activity, or to build or repair any of the following buildings: barracks, castle, garrison, keep, stone wall, or wooden wall. You also get +1 to attempts during dangerous events that impact your settlement's defenses. Okay? That's that one. A lot of information here, guys, but we can go over it again in a minute. Oligarchy. The idea here is determined by a council of influential leaders. Now, keep in mind, all of these are going to have influential leaders, but this is the idea, okay? It's primarily a council. Here we have ability boosts, loyalty, economy, and one of your choice. There isn't one of those. Arts and industry are the kingdom skills that you get, and insider trading. What this does is +1 status bonus to establish work site, establish trade agreement, and trade commodities activities, which are kingdom activities. You also get a bonus resource die which is very good. Okay, I will say right now, getting extra resource die is going to help you, especially at the start, get your resources ticking. Okay, it's pretty. I'd say that's pretty strong so far. Okay, just as a, the rest, these are good. Not saying they're not. But that's pretty strong. Republic. Leadership from its own citizens, elected representatives, parliamentary bodies. Okay, what this means in real game terms, we increase our stability and economy, and one of our other stats that isn't those. Kingdom skills, you get engineering and politics, and we get pull together. What pull together does, when you roll critical failure on a kingdom skill check, you attempt a flat check of 11. If your flat check succeeds, you can mitigate the disaster by treating it as a failure instead of as a critical failure. Okay? Democracy. Skilled in magic, knowledge and power, blah blah. Economy and culture boosts with one free that isn't those. Folklore and magic are your skills. Practical magic is your feat. You get +1 to magic checks. Use magic checks in place of engineering checks. And when a magic wielding NPC finds your nation, reduce the cost of hiring adventurers, which is another activity, by 1 point. Finally, we have yeomanry. It's decentralized, relies on local leaders, etc., etc. We're good at loyalty and culture, and one other that isn't those. Agriculture and wilderness are our kingdom skills, and muddle through. Increase 2 of your ruin thresholds by 1 and one of them by 2. What this means is when stats start to decline and they get to a certain point, they trigger certain things that are ruins, and you have to spend points and do activities to increase them back up. So you're moving your floor up so that there's more time between now and when a ruin happens. Okay, that's what that is. All right. So a lot of information, probably a lot to absorb here. Questions, comments, suggestions on what we like the most amongst these, please.
I mean, my personal favorite from just reading the flavor text and reading the ability boosts and the kingdom skills and the feat is oligarchy.
Based on the feat, I would agree that oligarchy is one of the most powerful. That's right there. Not likely to be the one that Tarnal would pick based on his RP, though. I would probably, if going by our RP standards, would look at probably either Republic or Yeomanry, because it's easier to. If you've got independently minded people, it's less work for us.
Yeah, I was going to say yeomanry or oligarchy.
Okay.
What about feudalism?
Because of the arts part.
I thought about feudalism too. For me, the two that I would pick to choose from would be oligarchy and feudalism.
I'm okay with oligarchy.
It sounds like all of us have oligarchy within our top 2.
Yep. I think that's the way.
That's fine. That's the easiest way to do that. That's quick and dirty.
I kind of like the other ones. Despotism sounds perfect.
Of course it does. I mean, it's basically. I thought the reason why I thought about feudalism is because maybe
crush descent.
Well, no, feudalism for just install me as the head.
Of course, yeah, the noble wants to be in charge.
That will never happen.
Yeah,
as long as Kessler is alive, you will never.
I wouldn't be the one making the decisions. When you guys would be my
install. You're going to be the puppet. Figurehead.
Yes.
Figurehead.
Yes, that's what.
So that way, when things go wrong, we can play friends.
I'm not a despot. I take advice from my advisors.
Thank you, Nuts. I'm glad you caught that.
and we make a decision together.
Right.
No, it's
Okay.
fine. Oligarchy's fine with me. I don't care. Since like we are the influential leaders, quote unquote.
We found the gold and silver as part of why I say oligarchy, because it gives you that resource die, which makes sense finding those going towards that direction.
All right, so guys, before we make our next decisions, which is going to be boosting, okay, I'm going to read to you what is down here, which is what our current stats reflect. Our current stats reflect you have 10 in culture, which is like what it started with. You have 12 in economy, loyalty, and stability so far. In your first step of assigning boosts, we can assign either culture or loyalty, none of the others. So do we want culture or loyalty? The next here is a boost in either culture or stability. And the final is 2 boosts in any of them. Okay? So we can pop them in, and before we confirm it, we can see what our result is. I've got a thing here for culture so that we've got even 12s. Do we want culture or stability?
Culture.
Yep.
Loyalty.
Wasn't a choice, damn it.
Yeah.
Loyalty's
It
only a
was.
choice
Loyal-
on the last one.
Loyalty is
Culture
there.
and loyalty were the choice on the first one. So what I was going to say from Kasura's mindset would be loyalty, then stability.
All
I
right.
vote culture,
We're going
culture,
for-
culture, loyalty.
All right. So we've got okay, either, and maybe there's other ideas too, but at the moment, what I'm hearing is either we're going to be 14 culture, 12 economy, 14 loyalty, and 14 stability, or 16 culture, 12 economy, 14 loyalty, 12 stability.
I vote that one.
Nope.
And I would
That's what
rather
it
it
would
be 14, 14, 14, 12 is what I would vote. I would rather have economy boosted at least once. I mean, well, we
Yeah, I
boosted.
think-
I mean,
Although-
we boosted it
so-
twice already, but that had the flaw generally. That's right. I forgot about that.
I wouldn't be
So-
opposed to that either, actually. 14, 14, 14, 12.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do the triple 14 as well.
Okay, so we're gonna go
I'm
that
good
way.
with that, except I would switch the oligarchy boost from culture to stability. So 12, 14, 14, 14.
No, culture is more important than stability.
We haven't had any here. There's none here yet.
That's why it's more important that we boost it up.
Okay, so most of the group is going this way. Remember that these things can grow and they can decrease later on. Okay?
Yeah, if we foment a civil war, we're probably going to lower our stability.
All right, so this is where we're going to start. So again, these things aren't necessarily finalized, but it says finalized. That's not kind of what we're doing. All right, so in this case, I would be shocked if you didn't want to be all infamous, right? Everyone wants to rule and plow the people into the dirt. You want to always be like infamous. You don't want anything, right? That's what everyone wants.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, let's
No.
go.
Of course not.
That's why I went with despotism.
So,
Rule with the iron fist.
I mean,
We'll make it mandatory that
too,
if you
because
hold
it's
any
been-
office, you have a handlebar mustache.
okay.
Yeah, you have to have a handlebar mustache to hold office. What the
Yeah, I'd
fuck?
be happy to play that campaign, but that's a very different campaign.
All right, so what I'm going to do is read out what it kind of states as these 2 things. I think we'll go for fame, probably, but let me just read them out, okay? A famous kingdom seeks to bolster its citizens, forge alliances with neighbors, oppose the rise of cruelty. An infamous kingdom uses its citizens as resources, undermines and sabotages its neighbors, and actively seeks warfare. Which of the two do
Let's go with that one.
No.
You might have to roll a new character, do you?
No, that actually, no. Castor
gonna
would
put
not
it-
actually go for infamy.
So the choices there are famous or owlbear. Got it.
Yeah. So we're going to go with fame. That's what we're doing. All right. We're going to
With
complete.
Owlbear.
Now, I don't know what this is going to do, guys, when we press this complete, but we're going to press the complete. Okay, so let's complete. 49 activities will be added. See, I said 50 activities? It's 49! I was off by one. I was not kidding, guys. 49!
We just did one.
Oh my god. 49
Do we
activities.
need to hit
So that's
complete
50.
or close?
Do we
Hang
need
on.
to hit complete ourselves?
No, don't click anything, please.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Okay.
We're-
So,
we're thinking the same thing, Nuts.
alright, here we go. So, first things first. We're going to talk about names. This is going to be hard. We do need to do this. We can even put placeholder here, and I can edit this, but I would rather, come up with something. There's going to be names for kingdom and city, okay? So this is something... Yeah, we've got time, okay? We don't have to do this right away.
Can I say something quickly?
Yeah.
Close the window that had up because we were still in the kingdom making screen. Go to party, and on the right there's a crown. Click that, and you can have open what Matt is showing on stream.
Yeah, but I'm in
We can do
control
that. I just
here
wanted to
at
share
the
that with
moment.
everyone.
Right, so...
Oh no! It's just so we can see it. It'll help us visually see what you're talking about.
On party,
what I was
you
saying.
should click something.
On the right, under where it says party, there's a crown. You click that, it opens Kingdom Sheet so that we can see what Matt is looking at right now. I'm not saying for us to click anything on it, Matt. I'm simply
see
saying
that.
for us to view.
I don't see that.
I don't have a crown showing on that at all for me.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll send a screenshot in Discord.
Okay.
Matt, you can take it away.
Cool. So think about these things, guys, and we'll come up with this. This does need to happen. The names, all right, and we've got a lot going on here, right? So we're gonna be going over some of these things together now. So I'm gonna define each of these tabs, okay, first, and then we will go over what's in them. All right, so we've got a main tab. In here, we're going to see leaders that have been appointed, and we're going to see what role those have. And in the vacant section, there's an I, right? That's information. These tell you what happens when you have someone assigned in that role. Okay, so as a ruler, we're going to give -1 to all checks while it's vacant. We gain a D4 unrest at the start of the kingdom turn if it's vacant. We lose control. Control DC increases by 2. So it's harder to control things when it's vacant. Okay, so these tell you what we're getting because they're vacant. -1 to culture-based checks when it's -4 to warfare activities when it's vacant. -1 to loyalty-based checks when it's vacant. Okay, so you can look at that. On the other side, we have resources and commodities that are being generated. We have resource dice. We get a -1. All right, at the moment, that may or may not continue. We don't have any resources, any commodities rather, at this stage, but we can gain them in further steps by annexing things like that gold mine, etc., 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 later on. Okay. And then you see our ability scores here as well. And you can see that each ability score has a negative thing that can happen with it. So culture, that's corruption that can happen. Economy, if that goes wrong, has crime. Loyalty, if it goes wrong, has strife. Stability, if it goes wrong, has decay. Okay? And as those things, corruption, the crime, the strife, and the decay, as they level up, you get penalties to your stats. Those will happen in kingdom events. Those will happen in story events. Alright?
Okay.
That gives you an idea of this main page. Now, don't get overwhelmed. Kingdom activities. There is a whole metric butt ton of kingdom activities here. We're not gonna go over these, okay? We are not doing that.
They're all in the PDF. We can read them offline.
Yeah, what I will point out is that there are a couple of them which are very, very important, especially in leading out, like in these first steps in establishing, that I will point out. Okay? The most important ones, in my opinion, at the start, as you're establishing, are establish farmland. Okay? You're going to probably want to do this.
Got to feed people.
Feed people?
Yeah, and not people to other people. Okay? That's the wrong kind of farming.
Owl bears. We just feed them all to the owl bears.
We killed those. Shut up.
Have a whole society of just owl bears.
To do so, we'd need to claim a hex and then clear it. I'm guessing.
Yeah, we'll go over everything. Trade commodities, gather commodities, yeah, those sorts of things. But yeah, I reckon making sure that you have at least some commodities going on. One of them, which is food, is pretty important. Okay, but we can learn more about those activities later. Just know that they're there. When you click on them, it comes up with what it does. You can read all of that later, but know that they are there. They can also be linked when we're talking about them to the chat, and we can look further into things. Okay, building structures is pretty important early on. Establishing the farmland is pretty important on maybe like things like gathering livestock, pretty important. You know, these sorts of things are things to think about. All right. At the moment, because we have a rule of vacancy, which we're going to be addressing probably here in the next little while, our control DC is pretty high, which means that it's harder to control things.
Yep.
Next, we have the skills that you've already trained the kingdom in. We're going to be adding to this shortly, but right now, we're trained in arts and industry. Okay? Again, these things will be changing as we do activities, as we progress the level of our settlement, which we're going to be doing shortly. Okay? So don't have a fit about this. This is something that is going to be changing here in the next little while. Going over these tabs.
I dealt with one of those today. I know how to do those.
So we're going to be having this world tab. What this is all of our work sites that we have established, which is none right now. It's to do with armies and stuff, which we probably won't have to deal with. And it's going to be every kingdom settlement that we create, which probably in the first, like today, we won't be adding another settlement. This will probably be the only one. But later on, we're probably going to be like this. We love this new area. Let's try and establish another settlement over here, and then let's make trade agreements between these and do stuff and all of that sort of stuff. All right, so that's something that's going to happen. So everyone that we add is going to be here, and when we name the capital, it's going to be in this list. All right. Features. Features is, it tells you that we are primarily here to explore and what that means. We're on a lake or river as part of where we established, and that we are oligarchy and all of the things that that means. We also have here our kingdom feat, which we went over earlier. All right. And we have kingdom features, which means that the terrain, which is lake or river, becomes favored land. Okay? Once per kingdom turn, during the region activities step, you can attempt 2 region activities steps as long as they both take place on a lake or a river. Okay? So favored land. And then settlement construction, you can establish villages in your kingdom immediately, which we will be doing shortly. Okay, there's going to be more steps. All right, this hasn't finished yet. We're nowhere near there, but we're going to be doing that. Okay, and we're going to be expanding and growing and things. But so that you know, that's a kingdom feature. And finally, ongoing. This is not going to have anything right now, but we're going to potentially have random events. We're also going to have story events. These things will happen as our kingdom's turns are ticking. Okay? All right, so this gives you an idea of all of the stuff on this particular sheet. Right. I don't, but we're going to, we'll see how everyone feels.
I like it. I agree.
Not a depth fan, are you?
Well, no, I like going deep. Moving on.
Clip it.
Don't you dare.
That's really you, Ken.
So, okay. So, where are we? We've got the benefit. We've done that. I'm just going to check all of this stuff. We're going to establish villages pretty soon, but we need first... You need first to found... Yeah, so founding a settlement's there. Make some rulers is probably the next thing. Right, so this is up for discussion, guys, and up for debate, this next section. What we're able to do in this step before we move on, and what we should do in this step before we move on, is establish the kingdom leaders. Now, what the Kingmaker does and what we can do can be a little bit different. We've got some room to wiggle here. I'm going to tell you what Kingmaker says, and I'm going to then tell you other things that we might be able to do. Right? Kingmaker establishes that these leadership positions, at least the first 4 leadership positions, and at the moment we're only going to be appointing 4, no matter which way this goes, that those 4 leadership positions are filled by player character. Okay? And we as a group can decide which of the leadership positions are filled with which player character. Okay? That's how it's saying to do this. If we don't like that, and we think that maybe characters need more experience or more roleplay or more whatever else, we can instead do the Matt is putting his GM hat on and calling caveat to GM caveat. And what that will mean is that we can put NPCs into some of these roles. But if we put an NPC into the role, that's fine, but they're not going to get as high of a bonus, in my view, as a player character would, because they're just an NPC. Now, if we were to put an NPC into any role, and we can mix those, we can put a PC in some of them, an NPC in others. We only have 4 to fill. Have 4 PCs, it makes sense that that would happen. However, it may not work when you think about the roles that are there and the PCs that we have. And you might want to choose a role that none of the PCs potentially are necessarily going to be great at the early time and have them learn it. Or you might say, no, we're going to have an NPC in here because we trust them more or because they've got more skills or whatever else. We can write NPCs to a degree, but they're controlled ultimately by me. Okay, and what that means is, and I'll be honest with you, is I will allow you to give them things like default likes and dislikes, things like that, but potentially they'll make decisions on their own. And sometimes those decisions will be influenced by you and they'll take your lead on them, and sometimes they won't. So there are things there to consider. NPCs aren't always going to be as reliable as sitting down with your party and having this debate. Whether there are NPCs or PCs in this situation, you can still influence, no matter if you're in a leadership role or not, because we are the heroes in this situation. But that influence may vary if they're an NPC a little bit more than if they're a PC. Okay? That being said,
I believe there was certain skills that were needed for different roles, and I didn't see that. That's the one question I'd have on that. Like usually it's like, rulers benefit from diplomacy or something like that.
yeah.
Is that
So
a thing?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
So what I do know is that each role has a kingdom stat that they boost.
Mm-hmm.
Boost a kingdom stat, or you don't boost it, but that kingdom stat facilitates your bonuses when
Right.
doing this.
Yeah, rulers tied to loyalty, counselors tied to culture, general stability, and emissary loyalty.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll quickly go over what these roles do. Again, this is a little bit of reading. I apologize. Once we've done this section, I think we'll take a break. The section is going to involve what the leadership roles are, and then I'm going to go over those kingdom skills. Or we can do it in the reverse order. Maybe that might make more sense because maybe that will help us to understand exactly what's required or what bonuses or whatever else. So let's actually do it in the reverse order here. With kingdom skill. So I'm going to go to this one so that you can see the kingdom skills. Every nation has its own areas of specialization, things in which it invests its time, talent, and treasure. These are tracked in the kingdom skills. First level The maximum number of skills is 4, 2 by what we already have, which is arts and industry, and 4 by the elected officials in their roles. Okay, and we'll be going back to that in relation to this. As a kingdom levels up, it can acquire training and additional skills. You cannot be changed after you've made a choice. They can be added to after you've made a choice. Attempting kingdom skill checks, we don't care. There are modifiers. Proficiency bonuses are modifiers determined by the kingdom's proficiency in a skill. Circumstance modifiers are what happens in events or activities. Item modifiers are granted by structures or ruin penalties. And status modifiers come from leadership expertise in skills related to their role, from kingdom feats and from long-term events. So that's where your player stats matter in the status. And vacancy modifiers are always penalties, and they always exist for as long as that role is vacant. And at the start, just to hammer this in, you can only fill 4 roles. So all the rest are going to have penalties no matter what happens.
We got to find people to fill them. It's just part of the way the structure works.
I was going to say, if we fill 4 of them with us, can we fill the other ones with our allies?
I don't know.
You have to build the center of government.
I don't know. So that is later on. These are level up things, and I have no idea how establishing further rulers works, what the cap is if you get more slots to fill. I don't know. Okay? But that's going to be discovery later on. But right now, we're not concerned about it because we can only do 4. And 4 is enough and plenty at the moment. Okay.
And I've got ideas for each of I've got ideas for each of us to have positions. And no, I'm not ruler.
Good.
There's only one of us here who's been trained to be a ruler, and he doesn't want the job either.
I mean, I'll take it if nobody else wants it.
Well, we have to figure this out. All right. So, okay. So, cool. We've got that. Skill descriptions, general skill activities. All right. So, there's a lot of information here, but what I can tell you, there will be somewhere, and I'll navigate us to it eventually, a table. Table is looking like this. Basically, what it involves is the skill from agriculture down to will. It is the key ability of that skill. It is the untrained activities and the trained activities that key off that skill. So those things are gonna happen. As far as what bonuses your player characters give to your roles, let me see if I can find that. Information is a lot. These are skills, trained activities. Those are feats. We know that. We do kingdom rules. Ending a okay, running a king leadership. You assign or change characters. Okay, so there is a new leadership kingdom activity which you can assign or change leadership. So in the establishment of our kingdom, we're doing 4, and then for every level that we go up of the kingdom, potentially you could take that activity to add 1 more. But you're then not going to have another activity potentially. There's only a certain amount, I think. So we have to, like, yeah, it's going to be one of the many things that we can do. That's cool. I'm trying to find where it says what the bonus is.
Yeah, I'm looking through the player's guide as well, trying to find that.
I'm not finding it right now, so I may not be able to give you an answer just yet. And I will find that later on. And we're just going to have to know that there is a bonus somewhere. I don't know what it is. Okay? Obviously, I can only do this with what information is easy to find. I have read through this, but there is so much information.
Oh,
and
yeah. We do not fault you on that.
Can't remember it all.
Super dense.
There's so much.
Yeah. I can find that out. So what I'm going to do is write this down as a thing to do. What are the bonuses from PCs to Kingdom skills? Okay, that's going to be a thing that I write down. For the moment, obviously we have Azrael, who has thought about what he might like as far as rulers go. Again, we don't have to fill this all with PCs if we don't want to. You can have a look at what the vacant reductions give you and see what is most important to fill. And if none of us really want that role, then I guess it would have to be an NPC. And we would have to generate them, and that's going to take time and such and such and such, okay? Anyone's better than Trump. So leaders. Okay, let's go into. We've talked a little bit about the skills. I know we don't have all the answers, but let's go over what each of the leadership roles do and talk about what we want to do. Rulers perform the kingdom's most important ceremonies. They are the chief diplomat, signatory for laws, responsible for appointing characters to other higher positions. Your key ability is the loyalty ability, and if it's vacant, you can see it there. Counselor is a liaison between government and citizens. You study issues with academic analysis, interpret the desires of the citizenry, and present proclamations to serve as an advisor to the other leaders. Ruler, key ability being culture, and see the vacancy there. General leads the military. Keep in mind that military for us, because I said so, is going to be in the back. Potentially that'll happen, but it'll be. Emissary is going to be keeping state secrets, overseeing clandestine intrigues, dealing with criminal elements.
Why are you pointing at your crotch? It's very weird.
Because that's what he wants to point there.
I'm pointing at you. In
Loyalty.
Crotch.
Loyalty is the emissary's stat.
Camera's on the bottom of the screen.
Magister is in charge of everything magical. Supernatural affects ordinary citizens. Promote higher learning, arts and magic. Law. Culture is the primary key ability. Treasurer is in charge of funds and business and industry. The ability is economy. Viceroy is plans, expansion, development, territories, settlements, structure. Economy is your key ability. Your warden is in charge of safety, security, and health. Manage scouts, patrol countryside. Ability is your key stat. So that is kind of what you're looking at as far as what those do, at least in a description. And you can see under their vacancies the negatives that you get when they're not filled. So, with all of that said, a lot of information again. What are the most important roles? Let's start with what are the most important roles that need to be filled to start?
Ruler. Adding a
Most
D4
important-
unrest every
the
round.
most important is court pet.
No.
Okay,
The
that's a
court-
good rule for Lucas. Court
Oh, wait.
jester, court pet.
So
Lucas, good job.
Court pet, baby Albert. Got it.
my my ancestry doesn't show, or no, not my ancestry. What is it? It's called the background. It doesn't show up in Foundry.
One moment.
Background feat.
One moment.
I just realized it's not there.
Your background says noble.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but the
does.
feat's not there.
It's showing it there for me when I look.
Where are you looking?
In Foundry on your character sheet.
Yep. It says
On
ancestry
the
elf.
character tab. Elf,
Character.
Karen Elf, Noble,
Yep.
Rogue.
Right.
Mhm.
But the
Sun.
noble has a feat attached to it. I
Ah,
don't see it. Oh, there it is. I see it.
background feat is courtly graces. It's under skill feats.
Yeah.
It is labeled as BG. Background.
Okay, I see it. Thanks.
Yes.
So we've had a vote for ruler, because
Definitely should do that, yeah.
we
I
get
think ruler's
huge
the most important.
negatives for unrest if we don't have a ruler. What else do we? What other negatives do we not want?
I'd say that Viceroy is probably going to be important because that can impact
Stability.
setting up farmlands and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're the expansion based one.
Emissary is probably pretty important.
Emissary is
because of-
probably pretty important. Yeah.
I personally think Warden is also very important.
Yeah,
Anything that's
Yeah.
dealing with a region, all of that.
the main.
Ruler, Warden, Emissary, and Viceroy
Yeah.
would be what I would say are the four most important listed there.
I'd
Okay.
agree with that.
So we're relatively kind of on the same page as far as what roles we most value. So I
Yeah.
guess our next discussion is, do we want for player characters to go into those positions? Do we want to have NPCs? Now keep in mind, just because even if PCs do go in here, and if someone is the ruler, you don't get to boss everyone around. We're not. This is a
We're an
cooperative
oligarchy.
game
We're not a-
experience.
we're not a-
And well, I'm just putting it out there, guys. Like, you can't.
You're good.
We're just fulfilling a role. You become a servant rather than rather than a forcer. Okay, this you get to serve your country, serve your kingdom, serve your people, and serve each other. Let's go into this with that mindset.
You mean the way government's actually supposed to work, but
Right.
never seems to in reality?
What? You mean the way leadership is supposed to actually be designed to function?
Okay, so that I want to go in with that because I don't want to run this if you guys are going to fiddle around with these roles as leverage for everyone else. I will shut it down and I will take it away because I'm not on board. All right, so
Yeah,
I
no,
would
that would
say
suck. I agree with you entirely on that.
you're
Matt.
completely
that would
right.
Suck.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
having said
none of
that,
this is meant for leverage.
if we
I
are
do
on
think we want
board,
the player characters. Oh, sorry.
yeah, if we're on board with player characters, let's see who we think in these roles.
You said that that the position bonuses are better with player characters in, so it would make sense that we do that.
Yeah. And it's kind of how Kingmaker is communicating.
Yep.
And it means that you do have more influence because you are in that role rather than just advising someone in that. So you get to be more involved. All right, so we've got ruler, we've got viceroy. The viceroy is doing planning, implementation of expansion and development, managing infrastructure, overseeing capital improvements, and growing networks within the land. The emissary is keeping secrets, overseeing intrigues, dealing with criminal elements, managing foreign policy and interactions with other kingdoms, power broking, and manipulating events. The warden is monitoring safety, security, and overall health of the kingdom, its land, and its borders, managing scouts, patrols, responding to local threats and menaces, and overseeing defense. And the ruler is like in charge of things, diplomatic officer, primary signatory, law official, and appointer of other things. So, what do we think in relation to popping ourselves into this?
So I think Az has a pretty thought out idea. Let's hear it. And is this
So
coming as a player or from Lucas as a character?
So like, I'm forgive the voice.
That's fine.
So like Lucas is like he's an expert in society, and he is trained in diplomacy. That is my main reason for wanting for putting Lucas up for ruler. Those two main things, diplomacy and society. And I'll mute now. Just
I mean, if that's what you're talking about, I think our dear friend Tarnell as well as Kassur fit that bill as well.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say flat out of everybody that's involved here right now, if you're going to fill an emissary role, it needs to be somebody who can lie well. You have to be able to lie back and forth, which is why Kassur is an absolute no-go for the emissary at that point, in my opinion. Personally, of those groups of everything that's been in, what I think Kassur fits best would be warden. Either myself or Rezkin in as emissary. And as much as, with the decision making that's happened in the past kind of being a flaw, the skills that are necessary for what he does, Lucas fits the bill.
Yeah.
for being the ruler. He's also then, like we said before, the figurehead scapegoat if we have to have one.
Yeah. Okay. So interesting.
I have no
mean,
problem
he's-
being a figurehead. I have no problem being a figurehead.
I was
Alright.
thinking Rezkin and Lucas would fit better for the what we're saying, the Viceroy and the Emissary, and Tarnal and Kassur fit best for Ruler and Warden.
I think based on the characters here, there could be some potential that Tarnal may not want to rule. Is that
No, it's not that he doesn't. It is absolutely true that he doesn't want to. Would he do so if he felt that was in the best interest of the people? Yes, without any hesitation. If that's what the consensus of the group is, that would be the role that I would be best suited for, I would defer my own personal likes or dislikes in that to being placed within that role.
I am going to ask
Which is
another
probably part of why
question.
Kassur would encourage that.
I'm going to ask another question. When we're talking about a role play situation, would Tarnal warn the group that if he becomes ruler, that may have other issues because you are declared and communicated with other nations as ruler, and your family are one of those nations, and your family don't exactly, at least your dad, with the history.
Well, yes, I would communicate that. Rezkin and me know this inherently back and forth, but that's one of the few reasons that Tarnal would actually want the role of being ruler. Just
Stick
simply
it to
so
the
that I
man?
could look at Dad and go, I got my own kingdom. Fuck you.
Okay. All right. So
I would say
That would be one of the only
Subterfuge
personal
stuff.
motivations for it.
subterfuge stuff is probably gonna
does
be
fit
Rezkin.
Lucas and Rezkin better. Yeah. Because he actually has expert in deception,
Yeah, like
the whole
that's
political game.
I get it. Yeah, I mean that
Is
makes sense.
would Rezkin be on board, or is he pitching for a different role?
On board for which?
Emissary.
Yeah, definitely.
I
Yeah, I was going to say
feel
Viceroy or Emissary for him.
yeah.
What's the Viceroy's duty?
Viceroy is more about infrastructure
Structure.
of the nation, growing networks. It's more of an expansion, implementing
I see.
plans.
Then that would be better for Lucas. So it would be Emissary is good for Rezkin.
Okay, so
That's
Lucas
my
or
thought.
Tarnal. Okay, so I'm thinking, based on everything, that it looks like Emissary is Rezkin. Warden, at the moment, the strongest here is Kassur, as far as that, even though you do have other abilities. But the Warden role is there for that. As far as Ruler and Viceroy, it could probably be a coin flip between Lucas and Tarnal on either of those. I think it makes a lot of sense that someone who's planning, organizing infrastructure, growing networks as Lucas, that makes total sense. He's thinking about that all the time. But Tarnal would be decent at that. And the other side happens too. Tarnal, as a ruler, is going to be thinking of everyone. He's going to be trying to get to the most diplomatic solutions. And Lucas can investigate on all of that and learn maybe potentially. So I don't know. And obviously, any of these are up for grabs. You, in the end, have to make a decision as a group. What you're gonna lock in, and I'm gonna shut up because I am just facilitating this.
In character, Redskin would vote for Tarnal to be leader for a variety of reasons.
I feel like maybe Kessler too, but that's Kessler's choice.
I mean, Kassur would say himself or Tarnal as ruler.
And everybody else in the group would go, the Iron Fist is not in charge here. And I think that's absolutely true. That I think everybody here would probably look at Kassur and go, yeah, we want to lead with honey, not with a stick. Thanks.
And Kessler will learn eventually, just right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's made
The other
more
part of
stick.
that is that the role of warden for him is the stick is necessary there. You know, that's why I feel that role fits him very well. Lucas, I don't have an issue either way. Notice the very first thing that I said, skill-wise, you are better trained skill-wise for the role of leader than I am. You are. However, I don't know whether or not that makes a big enough difference with the way that the RP has gone prior to this for the rest of the party.
I mean, my thought is that I have. So I'm not bringing this up for the nobility, it's not. It is not meant to be a negative. Nobility understands like how society functions. Nobility understands diplomacy. Nobility also understands deception, but
well, both of you have that.
Yeah, absolutely, and
so does Reskin,
me,
for that matter. But
absolutely, me
and
personally, Reskin, Tarnal, and Lucas are the three that are best suited for leadership, for varying reasons. If I would have no problem with Tarnal for leader, or for ruler, given that he understands that ruling would not be his decision is the final decision. It would be a group group decision.
We're an oligarchic council.
Oligarchy is.
Yeah,
we're nobody here is an absolute dictator or ruler, and
when it comes to formal treaties, you have to have a ruler who signs on the line.
Yeah, and for other reasons that were mentioned earlier on, putting Reskin into the ruler role will have his father up in our father up in arms because he abandoned that spot within his own kingdom as the heir to it. And that will generate us a definite enemy, if not enmity, with that particular kingdom. Myself as well, to a lesser extent. And I would be completely and totally honest about that with the group as we discuss this.
Which is that's another. So that said, that's the reason why Lucas would have no problem being labeled just the ruler. So
we can call you regent
instead
of ruler.
In that
call
vein,
you regent.
I mean,
it's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine being having the ruler role.
Yeah, we get that. All right.
My decision would come more from RP than from the mechanical side of it.
Yeah.
And for that reason, it'd be hands down that he would want Tarnal in charge, and not only because it would be a little bit of a snubbing to my father for shunning him, but because I have no interest in being in charge of people. I don't want to do that. I want to explore the world.
Yeah. All right. So at this,
that wise, a good charismatic leader isn't a bad thing either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a good thing. It's a
At
very
this stage, I think this is the favored direction. Um, and obviously, just because we're locking people into that doesn't mean that any of you can't help make these decisions and can't support in different ways to what the letter of the description says, right?
we can
This
also
is
move things around, right?
yeah, so and we can do other things. So I think right now, based on everything that I've heard, everything that has happened in the narrative, that my default, based on all of that, would be Tarnal as ruler, Reskin as emissary, Lucas as viceroy, Sir as warden. Does anyone have a particular objection for the moment?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
No?
I have no objection.
DM, if you're talking to us, you're muted.
I was saying, I didn't know if counselor would work better than emissary, or if we want to stick with emissary would be the only thing I was looking at.
Counselor is a liaison between government and citizens. They study issues with academic analysis, interpret the desires of the citizenry, present proclamations to the people, and understand.
I mean, that's another thing that I think Lucas could do, but
And Lucas would be very good in that role. I would agree with that as well too.
I'd be fine with that.
I think the reason that we selected
I
Viceroy
think
was
Viceroy is
the
more important than Consular at the beginning, at
Okay.
least early in the kingdom's life.
That's fine. We're good
Okay.
then.
All right. So that is
expansion first. Yeah.
that. We've done a lot of going back and forth. I feel like it's been heavy, but not like crazy. But I think it's time for a break. Thank you for
Sure.
participating in this section. We have now invested our rulers. Know that our next section is creating our village, which is going to require popping, like choosing buildings, popping those buildings down, and a few other things. So we've still got quite some distance to cover. Hopefully this is interesting to people at home. There's a lot of information here, understandable if you're confused. And we will be back in 5 to 10 minutes with the next part. So please stay tuned and hope to see you then. Screen and Hello, everyone. We are just about back, so thank you for staying with us, those of you that did. And we are going to go straight on to our next section. We're just talking about assigning skills, and then we'll move on to buildings. So, should be interesting. Here we go. Hi, everyone. All right. Welcome back. We've just been talking about skills and about their untrained and trained activities and what is most beneficial for us. In relation to that, so far we've picked. So we identified that we would like agriculture upped for establishing farmland and harvesting crops. It doesn't have any trained activities, but we just want that bump to it. We've already locked into arts because of our background. We said engineering for building roads, clearing hexes, establishing settlements, work sites, irrigation, repairing decay reputation. So that's pretty important. Industry was already trained. We've had some discussions around the other things. So we're so at the moment we are 2 towards our 4 extras. So we have 2 more to choose. So what are our thoughts? Do we want more statecraft is good. Trade allows you to repair crime reputation. Intrigue allows you to repair strife reputation.
Those are the 2 I was going to point out. Those seem important. Those seem critically important as trained skills.
So we have corruption, decay, strife, and crime are the 4 different types.
And we currently have arts because of our choices previously.
Right.
The corruption's covered. We're taking engineering for all the reasons
For decay.
and that covers decay.
So then you're saying take intrigue and trade.
So that we can handle
I'd almost
all 4
say,
types.
yeah, I'd almost say pass on agriculture because we don't need the trained. Yeah, we'd like the bump, but I'd almost say get one of the other ones so we can have training to get the other trained activity available.
Let's do, intrigue and trade, engineering. What about exploration? We
Those
are
are
in
trained activities.
no trained activities there.
That's the only reason I'm saying to look at those ones because of the trained activities could make a difference. Established trade agreement master, what is that different than established trade agreement? Out of curiosity, is that something we know?
Nope.
Okay, because I'm wondering if that would be worth doing since it says that.
I don't think so. But yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't worry about it saying that.
Then I would say we need to get intrigue, trade, statecraft.
It would probably help if I turned on the mic. I think statecraft is good because of the 3 trained activities. You got pledge of fealty, request foreign aid, and send diplomatic envoy. All 3 of those sound like super important things for a fledgling kingdom.
So that would give us 6. It
Well,
would give
2
us
of those 3 sound good.
It would give us a lot of the. It would give us all of the repair reputations. If we go
That's one
this
thing
way,
we're trying to do.
it would give us several trained activities in other things, and we still have decent bonuses in most of the other stuff that's important to us.
Yep.
And remember that we can progress this later on as well. We're talking about how we establish what we establish with. So what do we? Is anyone have
I
a?
would go for agriculture over statecraft to start personally, but I think being able to set up our own food supply is more important than the options from statecraft.
Yep, that's a good point. So that's a potential possibility.
Of the
Um,
three, the only one I'm really worried about not having right off the bat would be possibly request foreign aid. But hopefully we don't need to.
yeah, we're probably some time away from, certainly from pledging fealty. Requesting foreign aid, we hope we're a ways from. We don't know for sure. Sending diplomatic envoys, well, we're not established enough. So yeah, potentially.
I think statecraft needs to be a second round setup of what we do for that. I mean,
Can we
it's definitely
Get
stuff that
training
we
on that
need
later on, you said?
Yeah, there's
as we
there's
progress.
stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I
Yeah, it would
think
look
that everything
like
that's in statecraft is important, but not important initially. Because we're not doing all of those things right away. We're not established enough for a. In most cases, they're going to go, "Who are you again?" If you try to send an envoy at this point,
I could see boating instead of agriculture if you wanted to go down that route, because that's another supply of food with fishing. But I think having a ready supply of food without need of external help is vitally important to start.
let's go with the boating instead of with the agriculture in that case, then, because that then also gives us a leisure activity that can be utilized for that too, which I don't think we had anything in anywhere
so
else.
you don't, so anything that's untrained you can do. No matter.
Okay.
It's just the bonus that
So
you get.
under trade, we have rest and relax as well under trade.
Okay. Okay.
So we have
You get to do
rest
them
and
anyway.
relax already.
Yeah, I mean, like,
And it's also under arts.
yeah, but like, so it's under scholarship. Like literally anything that anything untrained, like we can do all the time. Like we can rest and relax and all those things all the time, regardless. Like
yeah, it's just the bonus that you get. Personally, between going fishing and establishing farmland, I know that I'm not a player, but I would strongly recommend agriculture over boating for your consistent
stability,
food stuff.
Okay. We'll do that then.
Boating for round 2 along with statecraft.
You've read the rules in the system. We appreciate your assistance in helping us succeed.
And look, there are always going to be things that happen where you go, "Oh, I wish I had we had taken this." Like you are never going to have them all.
Like when you roll dice rolls of 1.
You're never going to have them all, and there is always going to be that. But I think we knowing that there are no hexes at all with a farm means that you have to do this activity to have a thing to do. So I think that this is very important. Anyway, so we'll go out with this, and again, if we look back at it after a little while and we go, maybe whatever, then we can investigate it again. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are good as far as skills go. So thank you for participating in that. We're not going to go over all of this. Right. So, kingdom feats we've already established. Alright, let's go on to creating a village, because that's the next thing. Creating a village, and then the thing after creating a village is the next kingdom turn.
Yay.
Because then that will upgrade your kingdom. We will go through running a kingdom, which is upkeep, unrest, resource collection, consumption, commerce. There's so much here. So settlements, yep. Looking through this now. Alright, does anyone have, before we leave this frame, an idea or a pitch for a kingdom name and a capital name that we like? Remember that we're in the Stag Lord's Hex, So I don't know whether you want to use that in any of this. We don't have to choose this right now, but I would strongly recommend choosing it either maybe by the end of the session or definitely by the start of next session. Maybe we have the week to think about it and pop them into Discord, and then we can make a vote and stuff with all of the things that we get. What do we think about?
What the seat of like the capital? You mean?
Yeah, the kingdom and capital name. Yeah. All right. Let's do it in downtime. Let's do it in our downtime.
It's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I think we were saying to use the Stag Lord's base because it was a already partially built fortification.
Yep.
Base of operations kind of thing.
Yeah. So
we hadn't found any other ruin.
We're gonna found a
or
village.
structure that could work as that.
Kingdom First Settlement is automatically founded. Found new settlements during civic activities step. Found a village, follow the 4 steps presented. Select a hex, we already did that. You must first clear the hex. Prepare it for your village, since clear hex is a region activity. Can only happen during step 2 of the activity phase. Established settlement is a
good. We took that reach ability.
Well, we're doing this for free, so we don't have to worry about any of that. Name, if you're structures. Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to go to our map, which is here. Go on water border. We're going to activate this scene. Oop. Now let me know if you can't see these.
We can see.
Okay, so this is how everything is laid out, right? So we have the lake at our south, which is correct, right? And we have all of these grids, okay? So let me tell you how this grid system works and get us started. So,
oh, interesting. So we only see one grid right now, not all of them,
because we haven't extended. Got selected.
Yeah, we only see the upper left.
Yeah.
Okay.
We only have the one that's unlocked so far. You have all of them displayed for you, Matt, but we only have the top left one because that's all we can currently build. We haven't extended.
You can't see anything else?
No, we can only see that one grid of 4 squares in the top left.
We can see the green and the grass and the water line.
Yeah, we can see the background map of the grass and plants and the river. But as far as the squares go, we only got the one set of 4 squares in the top left. Which should be fine. I think it's that we haven't expanded to unlock the other ones yet.
Yeah, I think we start with like 9 of them though.
Maybe they don't open up until we fill them or something. I don't know. Just continue on unless we need it, then we can deal with it.
Well, we're gonna need it very soon. Anyway.
Okay.
All right. So. Okay. Our urban grid. What this is. The graphical representation of a settlement. Okay. The grid divides a settlement into 9 large districts. Okay. Districts are 3 by 3 squares. These only have 4, 9, 9 large districts arranged in a 3x3 square. So that's actually wrong. District comprises 4 individual neighborhoods arranged in a 2x2 square. So let's. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna draw from, okay? Just to like try and understand. So what I'm gonna do. Four individual by 2x2 square. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nine large districts. Each district comprises 4. Is these neighborhood lots in which you build structures. So that's what we've got. Okay. While the urban grid diagrams your settlement as a square is simply an organizational abstraction. Okay? This is not, it's just organizational. Doesn't mean that your settlements are literally square.
It's fine.
But this is our way of representing it, so I don't have to, we may even, figure something else out, but for now, this is our way, okay? City hugging the shores, you could draw out a bay. Next 9, the number of blocks in which you build is limited by a settlement's category. Village consists of only a single block, and can thus host a maximum of only 4 lots of structures. 4 lots of structures. While a city can expand to all 9 blocks, and can host up to 36 lots. So 9 blocks, 6 possible. To expand. Yep. Water borders, we know. You can simulate travel in a settlement using urban grid to approximate distances. We don't care. Settlement types. Yep, 4 lots. A single block. So that single block is 1. We're going to call that 1. I think this is what it means, okay? Say
Table Knights Raid, welcome in.
Man, howdy folks. My name's Matt Nahat. If you haven't seen me before, I am a variety streamer, but in this time slot we do Kingmaker tabletop role-playing games with these fine folks over here, many of which are streamers of their own rights. We're just sorting this out. For some reason that's not playing well with me, but we'll sort it out later.
It's all good.
Guys, all of that's fine. Selected the next village. Name your village. Yeah, we'll do that later. Brand new village is ready to grow. Village must fill a single block of 4 lots before it can expand. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to show you what we get for free. So we get something for free because of the hex that we chose, which is the Stag Lord's Fort Hex.
Chuffing at me for a cat. Huh?
And because we chose this hex, we get a free town hall.
Oh, cool.
Create structure. Created a new actor representing a town hall structure. So that is in actors. And we can drag it over there. Now, you can go on any of these ones. And what a town hall does, we're not going to go over what all of the things do, okay? Because there are far too many. We're going to have to learn some of this on our own time. But as far as, because we get this for free, I'll tell you what this one does. A town hall is a public venue for town meetings and a repository for town history and records. It's 2 lots, which you can see represented there. 2 of those squares. It would cost you 22 RP, 4 lumber, and 4 stone normally. Okay? Which you have none of that.
Seems like a lot.
The town hall's a pretty significant building, no matter where you're at.
The construction of which requires defense, industry, magic, and statecraft, or statecraft rather, at a DC of 16. So you'd have to test these by rolling one of those stats and pass a DC of 16.
Wow.
What were the stats again, please?
Defense, industry, magic, and statecraft.
One of those, and it has to be trained at
Industry's
DC
plus
16.
5. That's our best bonus.
Yeah, but we don't have to do that now. Okay, I'm just saying that's what would
This was free.
happen.
That's what we would have, yeah.
If we were building it. This is mechanics. This is not Kingmaker, but it's in Kingmaker. What we are doing is the kingdom building rules, which is part of Kingmaker, but not necessary for Kingmaker. Every GM and every group decides if they want to engage in the kingdom building section of Kingmaker. And so far, we are liking it. I am describing it so that we have good information so that we can decide whether this is definitely something that we want to continue to do more of. But it is not Kingmaker. It's just a part of Kingmaker, and it's an optional part of Kingmaker. Okay? Thank you for the encouragement there. Looking sexy tonight, and I hope things die at your hand. Well, I hope things rise in our hand tonight, because tonight we are establishing our kingdom, not necessarily killing it. So we get the town hall for free. That is established. Okay.
That's awesome.
Now, we can fill, let me check this, make sure that we're doing the right thing. Single block of 4 lots. This is 2 lots. So, we can fill the other 2 lots . Sure. Yes. Of that highlighted hex, of that highlighted thing. So we can build one more structure. So first settlement is automatically founded in step 8 of kingdom creation. Sorry, we're just gonna have to go back and forward to establish exactly what you get. Okay? Because I don't want to... I think you can choose this, but I just want to be sure. Step 8. Go there, and we sort it out. Step 8, first village. Somewhere in that heartland hex lies the kingdom's first village. Rules for founding settlements begin there, but the players can skip step 1 and step 2 when founding this village. Since this is their first village, the PCs gain 40 kingdom XP. So, over here, we'll do this now. Over in here, in our kingdom sheet, we can set this at 40 of 1,000. So that's done. 40 kingdom XP recorded on the sheet, along with the name, etc., which we will do. Site has any established structures. Place them in blocks of the PC's choice on the urban grid. So technically, you can go to any of these. You might not be able to see them. I don't know exactly what you can see, but for the moment, is it okay if we just do them subsequently? We just place them. Is that okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't see any reason to have to fight that.
The only
Place them in
restriction
blocks.
is water stuff has to be done on the bottom next to the water line.
Yeah, it makes
You have a
sense.
limited amount of water line
Place
access.
them in blocks. PCs won't add new structures before their first kingdom. Okay. So you just get this one structure, and on our first kingdom turn, we get to potentially... We get some resources, which we'll generate, and then we can sort out the rest, okay? But we get that. Skip 1 and 2. Yeah. Okay. Building things. We don't have to do that. So you get that for free. Congratulations.
Yes.
And as you can see in the book that you're looking through, in the player's guide, there are a lot of structures. It's worthwhile checking that out. At some point, even if you just skim it, that would be helpful, because decisions will need to be made eventually. Alright, so I think, believe it or not, that we are ready for our first kingdom turn. I think. Oh. We've done that. We've done the skills. I'm just making sure that I'm doing the right thing and making sure that we've crossed everything off. But I believe we are ready for our first kingdom. Yes. Running a kingdom. Now, is there... Okay. We have phases for running a kingdom. Each kingdom turn is divided into 2 phases, and these phases are divided into steps of their own. So we are going to be going into the first phase of our first kingdom building turn. First phase is the upkeep phase. In the upkeep phase, we adjust our kingdom statistics based on activities that you have taken during the previous month. In this case, we have taken no activities because we've been founding our kingdom and there's been no previous month. So nothing happens with that. You earn 1 fame or infamy point at the start of your turn. So, in our kingdom building sheet, we see fame and stuff. stuff. Let me go here. Go through this. Name there is not right. Okay. Don't like that. Let me go. So there's nothing there. Just making sure that I've got this whole sheet down. World doesn't have any of that. Features doesn't have any of. I don't think that's right, but I'm gonna pop a fame there. I don't think that's right. Check. Later. Do it. Okay. One fame or infamy. We've assigned leadership roles. So the next step, we assign leadership roles. To assign or change characters associated with leadership roles, we can use the new leadership kingdom activity. We don't need to do that because we've already done. Turn if any vacancy penalties apply. Any unassigned roles incur their vacancy penalties. If a character assigned to a leadership role hasn't spent the required week of downtime since the end of their last kingdom turn, they must either give up one of the 3 kingdom activities they would perform. So you get 3 kingdom activities, folks. If one of the characters does not spend 1 week of every month performing their duties, which is fine. Gotta spend downtime each month, and I'll make that happen. I will facilitate that for the most part. Don't worry about it. If you don't do that, you lose 1 of your 3 actions. Okay?
Pretty big penalty.
Yes. So that will
You only
happen.
get 2 actions if you don't have a town hall.
Right? So luckily, we got 1 for free. Now, so in this step, we would be taking all the negatives here. I'm just going to check one thing again. Right. Choose leader. Assign each PC a different leadership role. Assign any remaining roles to NPCs whom the PCs have allied with, who are capable, willing to serve in a leadership.
Oh, so we can put them in those other roles. Cool.
It takes an action, I think, to do it.
Yeah, but
I've already got thoughts.
The founding does allow us to do so, but they're not invested leaders. So what this means is, as an invested leader, which is the 4 of you, you get the bonuses with that. The rest of them, which are NPCs, do not. Don't get the invested bonus, but you get to
don't get the penalty.
Not have the penalty. Right, so we can, with our allies that have been established and that agree, slot them in here. So, who has a pitch?
I think that Lindsay. Can we put Lindsay in somewhere?
She's an ally, and if she's willing, she is there. So why not?
I think that she would for counselor.
I think she'd make a good counselor as well. I think Valerie should probably be our general.
And I agree, given that we have Kassir as the warden. I also thought about flip-flopping that and have Kassir be the general and Valerie be the warden, but I'm perfectly fine with what we have now.
Can we ask, what was the priesty guy who came and asked us to take care of the temple?
Jod.
Can we ask him if he'd be willing to be a magister?
He is not. The reason
Okay.
he is not, is he is an away from home character. What this means is that his base of operations is the temple, not here.
Okay.
Ooh, what about we give
Go ahead.
we put one of the kobold leaders in one of the positions of our oligarchy to bring them into our kingdom.
Can someone roll a diplomacy,
Yep.
please,
Yep, 1 second.
for
Um,
Valerie? Lindsay will agree. Just straight off, we have done the most as far as influence with Lindsay, and she will happily be appointed. Valerie, we have done some work with, and we do get a bonus, but I am going to set a DC to have her accept this due to things. 16. We get a bonus. Let's have a look at what the bonus is.
I didn't
Can I-
notice you had a +10. I thought it was lower. I'm sorry.
Can I aid and assist in that in any way?
You may attempt to aid, which is the same skill check.
that's why I did it,
Okay.
and I've been working with her. Should have been the other way around.
And Lindsay's
Should've
going to
assisted
go
you.
up to 5 as part of that. And Valerie is at 3. She will go up to 4. Because you've been including her in your discussions. Let's have a look here. So that is a success. So we get a +1, no, +2 now with the aid. So that makes it an 18. And then she gives us a bonus. So that is just going to scrape by.
Good.
So she
It worked.
agrees. She's
So-
reluctant, but she agrees. Where did you want her? Wanted her as a
General.
general.
So I'm trying to think of a way to include Amiri.
The barbarian
I mean,
should not be our treasurer or
See,
magister.
that's the
I was going
thing,
to say,
right?
I could see moving Valerie to the Magister or Treasurer if we want, and putting Amiri in as General. But she's not very tactical either.
Neither is Valerie. The person that you know that has the most, technically,
Yes.
Destin,
is Keston, but he is not available right now.
Yeah.
do we
We
want,
Um,
like, would
done-
Valerie do well as Treasurer or Magister?
We don't know.
I'm trying to think of a magic
Can we
person.
ask her and talk to her about the available positions and see what she'd be interested in?
Yeah, that might be
She-
a better tack anyway.
She is not interested.
She just wants to be general. Got it.
No. She does not want to be general. She does not want any of it. But she will accept a position
For now.
reluctantly if you
Okay.
thrust it upon her. So that's the state of affairs with Valerie.
Is that really the kind of person that we want being a general?
Yes, they're going to be
Okay.
thoughtful and concerned with what they are doing because they don't want the job.
All right.
Remember, the people who want to be our leaders are usually the people that are least suited to do so
It's fair.
because they're out for power, not out for actively, maintaining the role.
And Valerie will say to you, as soon as someone more, skilled and knowledgeable comes along, I am going to be, with your permission, stepping down. She does not
That's why I
want
like
it.
Keston.
That's
Well, we
fine.
will see later on. So we have those. We have a Magister and Treasurer. Obviously, we're not going to be putting Amiri as either of those.
No.
And we're not talking about necessarily our companions anyway. This is not just companions. This is any NPC that we've met that we might be able to convince to come along. and
Oleg.
it's up to you. And
He's gonna
Oleg
stand
is
straight, bro.
also an away from home person. Sorry.
Yeah.
What about, like,
Suits
Malfoy said
Guild
about
kobolds.
Yeah, the kobolds. Yeah, he was talking about the kobolds earlier. Do
Mhm.
they count as away from home characters? Micmac was who we worked with.
And
But he wasn't the one who was the leader of them.
So right
No,
now,
but diplomat with him.
right now, you would need, because this is in the founding section, they are not available for this. There is a activity that you can do that we will have turns that you might be able to roll them into your kingdom. That requires checks. So that could be a possibility, but it's not a possibility upon founding.
Okay.
Are Hiram or Jathal available?
No. JFL has not been heard from, and neither has Harim. They both of them. Well, JFL was pretty adamant about not, like, coming back for a while. Lucas would communicate maybe that he thinks it's probably going to be some time before
It'll be a while.
she's around. As far as Harim, he said once you are established, he might come to visit.
What about Mager Varn or Hannah Strelov?
No, not available.
They have other things. I'm trying to think of who else we have for NPCs we've met who we might be able to talk to.
Someone that you would want as Magister or Treasurer, I can't think of one.
No, there's not a suitable choice right now.
We
What
have
that means is,
NPCs, but we don't have NPCs that
Yeah.
would fulfill the role.
Question.
Yeah.
Should we consider Kessur moving to Magister or Treasurer instead and having Amiri take Warden?
Would Amiri
I'm
be
fine.
willing to take Warden role? Becomes the next question.
Amiri would
Helping
say
take care of wilds.
if she can shout at the people that she's training and run into battle, she's cool with it.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I mean, like, that's not to like try to game the system, but that's less vacant roles.
That's not gaming the system. I mean, we all, as both players and characters, know that not having someone to do this job, even having someone to do the job poorly, is better than no one doing the job at all.
Yep.
So what do you want to be, Kessur?
I was leaving that to the group. I could fit either of those roles. I mean, I brought textbooks, or not textbooks, but I brought books to start training, and I've been doing mercantile stuff for quite a while, so I could technically be either of those two roles.
Well, Magister is in charge of magic.
Magister is a warfare. Yeah.
Put you in charge of the treasury.
Okay.
Alright, so Amiri gonna go here. And Kessur is gonna go here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then
We've got a Magister role, which we can't fill at the moment.
Yep.
We just don't... Yeah, which is fine. It's fine. It's pretty...
we'll need to find someone to fill that role.
Starting off with only one role empty in this is not... I don't see that as a detriment at all.
I mean, that's like
quite good.
That's really damn good, yeah.
That's kind of what we're pushing for and trying to do, right? And it makes sense. Okay, we can't find someone who does magic. I mean, Tarnell's the only one really in our party who does magic.
And I'm not stepping down from being the ruler to give us 1d4 strife to step into the magister role.
Yeah,
Right.
No, I wouldn't let you do that. Like I would like dump Viceroy and move into ruler.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Cool. So that is done. So we have done that now. You have heard from your companions, each of them, that their preference, all of their preferences, most especially Valerie, but all of their preferences is that someone else could fulfill the role, but Lindsay is the most accepting, followed by Amiri, followed by.
Wait, I get paid to yell at people? I'm in.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to make it a point to work on a reputation with them more during downtime. That's what I want to do. I don't know what we need to do that. But
Well,
I wanna spend time.
part of this is downtime. So.
Yep.
Okay. So that's all done. First turn. And now that we've got that, it means that we're not getting negatives. So that's good. Alright, so we adjust unrest. Is step 2. On your first kingdom turn, your kingdom's unrest score is 0. This is the first kingdom's step, so it is 0. In future turns, adjust your unrest score. Increase it for every settlement that is overcrowded. If you're at war, increase it. Other events may increase it. Okay? That is how that goes. We don't have to do anything right now. Resource collection. The exact amount of resources you have to draw upon each kingdom turn varies, as each month there are countless unexpected boons and setbacks. First, determine the number of resource dice you're entitled to roll for the current kingdom turn by adding your kingdom level +4 to any bonus dice. So, at the moment, you can see there on our resources and commodities, our resource dice are 64. Next, roll your resource dice to determine how many resource points you get. So,
Does that 64 include the bonus one from our feet?
I'm guessing.
That's actually one thing I was wondering.
Because, like, if you look at, like, so.
let me answer the question, please. Sorry.
Of course.
Kingdom level 1. +4 is 5. +1 for the feet is 6.
so it does include.
Okay.
Right, someone want to roll 64? One person, please.
Kassir, you're the treasurer.
It shall be done. So, we'll make sure I get the right number. 64. Crush fingers. Big numbers.
That's pretty
Not
good.
bad.
That's pretty
Okay.
weird. That's damn good.
Now,
Yeah.
based on whatever, okay, I want to just do something here. I will honor this roll, whatever happens. But I am going to click on this collect button here, and this may make a roll. Okay, I'm not sure. We haven't tried it. I'm going to collect and see what this does. If it makes a roll, your 21 supersedes it. Okay?
You have to click the confirm button, I see.
Yeah, so that's doing nothing. Okay, so good. We know that. Excellent. Right. So we've got 21. So where is that going? I guess
Next to the size, between size and fame, right under the word territory.
here.
RP.
Up.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So that's a 21. We have done that.
That is nice.
That's very nice. Very good roll. Because you rolled 64, the maximum is 24.
Yeah. 3 off max is
Yeah.
amazing with that roll.
Yeah.
We have no food, no luxuries, no lumber, no ore, no stone.
Question.
Yes.
If you put, like, say, 3 out of 4 in food, does it take 3 away from the 21?
No.
No, the food, luxury, lumber, ore, and stone are specific commodities that we have to have things to create. Is that correct, Matt?
Right.
Yeah,
And
like
there's
so if we do the harvest crops action.
yeah,
Special
and there's a
resources.
certain amount, like the 4 out of 4 is the maximum number you can.
Okay, that's why I just wanted to make sure that that was accurate.
Yeah, like harvest crops says success gain 1 food commodity, critical success gain 1d4 food commodities.
Cool.
If you have any work sites, you gain them. Pay consumption. Your settlements and armies require a certain amount of provisions, supplies, and funding, as well as all the basic necessities of life. On your first kingdom turn, skip this step. On all other turns, calculate your kingdom's consumption score. This is the total of your settlements, all of your settlements' consumption scores, plus your army's consumption score, minus the number of farmland. Farmland. Okay.
Minus farmland. Got it. So farmland basically gives you a free consumption.
Is farmland an entire hex, or is it a feature within a hex that
It's a feature. I'll have to confirm that, but I think I'll have to confirm that. If you can't or choose not to spend the commodities. Alright, so that does nothing at the moment because this is our first turn. We don't have consumption. We will at the very next turn. Collect taxes. You can collect taxes once per kingdom turn to attempt to bolster your economy-based checks for the remainder of the kingdom. If you don't attempt to collect taxes, you can instead attempt a DC 11 to reduce unrest by 1, but we have no unrest. So let's look at the collect taxes skill or thing. So
Collect taxes, a DC 14 commerce check.
right,
14 trade check.
and I guess that is you as well
Trade.
making that.
I'm okay with that if you guys want me to.
Well, it
Brad,
should
I'm
say
close
on it.
that.
Should say on it. What is it?
It's commerce downtime.
Yep. It's a commerce. It's a trade check.
That's one of the actions, or is that separate from actions?
So
It's
this
one of
is
the-
a step.
Okay, so
it's
predates
not-
the action.
It's not actions. Yeah.
Okay. So I will roll it.
So yeah.
Please give me a 10 or more.
Oh. So on a
That's my hero
failure.
point.
No. Because this is your kingdom. You're in charge of that section, but this is the kingdom rolling effective.
Yep.
Maybe we change that ruling later on, but for now, I'm gonna... So, does it say anything for failure?
As a
Yep.
success,
Failure
but the people are
As
unhappy.
success, but people, unrest goes up by 1.
All right. So, what is success, please?
Your tax collectors gather enough to grant 1 circumstance bonus to all economy-based checks for the remainder of the kingdom turn.
So you got +1 economy.
Yep.
So...
+1 to economy checks.
Wait,
we're
that's
doing.
For the remainder
that's
of
a
the turn.
success. This was a failure.
Reading that, we shouldn't have done it.
We get it on both.
No, because
Yeah.
you don't want to do it in subsequent turns. You want to skip a turn.
No, you're correct. You're correct. On subsequent turns, we won't want to do it. But we're learning the system, so we did it this time. It's fine. So we get a +1 for this turn on economy checks.
All right. So what in the future? So you did roll the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So +1. It probably doesn't
clicked
have
it.
that anywhere, but we're just going to modify everything that is economy by 1. Okay. Just going to add a note here. +1. Okay. And unrest goes up by 1.
Yep.
So that unrest.
So next time we'd want to do the opposite and try to bring unrest down by 1 by skipping the tax collection.
All right. So that is done. You can draw upon the kingdom's funds to enhance the standard of living by attempting to improve lifestyle activity, or you can attempt a withdrawal from the kingdom's funds using the tap treasury activity, or none of those things.
Politics check, probably not. If we succeed, we get 1 bonus to culture checks. On a fail, we take a -1 on economy checks. So I think for now we don't really need to do that.
Okay.
And then what was the other one you said? That was improved lifestyle or
Yeah.
Tap treasury.
Tap treasury.
Tap treasury.
what does that do?
Statecraft check.
Tap treasury is a statecraft.
Oh, it's to add treasure to our characters.
Yeah, we withdraw funds from our kingdom for ourselves to be able to do things.
We don't want to do. So
Nope, we
step
don't do that
3, tap commodities, which we don't have. Step 4, manage trade agreements, which we don't have. So we're up to activity phase, guys. This is the second phase and the first step of the second phase, okay? Activity phase is when you make proclamations on expanding your kingdom, declare holidays, manage your territory. It's during this phase that the bulk of your kingdom's growth occurs. Step 1, leadership activities. If your kingdom's capital has a castle, palace, or town hall, we have a town hall, each PC in a leadership role may attempt up to 3 leadership activities each.
Okay.
Wow.
If your
That's
capital
awesome.
Damn.
If your capital has none of these structures, each PC can take no more than 2 leadership activities. Your party chooses the order you go in when taking leadership activities. Unless an activity states otherwise, a leader cannot attempt the same leadership activity more than once per kingdom turn.
A leader or leadership can.
A leader cannot attempt the same leadership activity.
Okay. So each of us could pick the same one, but we can't do the same one more than once.
Each, right? Yeah.
Want to make sure we understand. Thank you. We probably want to go ahead and get farmland.
Probably.
Farmland's a good idea.
We need to claim hexes first, right?
Yeah, so let me now. We don't need this open just at the moment. Let's go here. Alright, so you've explored these, you've reconnoitered these, you know, the ones that are revealed, but you haven't claimed or cleared them.
The river hex to our northeast between us and the kobolds, I think would be a good one to claim and make a farmland on. And then establish contact with the kobolds, making an alliance, and maybe establish trade with Oleg's. This is me dialoguing with you guys, seeing what you guys think.
I mean, like, so that hex has active water, which would make great farmland. The other
Farmland must be on river or hills.
Plains
So
or
that
hills,
makes-
I thought.
Plains or hills. Sorry, plains or hills.
that makes. Oh wait,
Does
Yeah, but
rivers count
farmland
as
on
plains and hills?
There's just a river through it. It's fine.
Okay.
okay.
Well, and remember, the claim hex is a region ability, not a leadership ability. We're still in the phase where we would be doing the leadership abilities that Matt was talking about just a minute or two ago.
Good point.
And all of those
so it's
leadership,
just the leadership ones.
all of those leadership abilities that we're doing have effects on other things that we're gonna do.
Yeah. So, guys, this is why at the start of the session I said like this is a long and involved process, and probably
Yes.
this takes a significant amount of time. So
I didn't
yeah,
see that they're separate. Yep.
leadership activities.
If you click leadership, it'll filter it. So I'd do capital investment.
Yeah.
Must
I
be
agree.
within the influences of a settlement that contains at least one bank.
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't have a bank.
So where are
Is
we?
there- we can.
Have a diplomatic relation with the group? No.
Activities.
Craft luxuries. That's a DC 14 arts check to create 1d4 luxury commodities on a critical or 1 on a success. What's masterpiece?
Establish trade agreement.
Have to send a diplomatic envoy first, I think.
Will you have diplomatic relations with the group you wish to establish an agreement with?
I was thinking
Yes, you
Oleg's
need
or
to. Yeah, so you would. So Oleg is different. We can talk about him in a minute, but yeah. So typically, no, I'm going to include Oleg here. Yeah, sending diplomatic envoy is your first point, and establishing trade agreements is your second.
Okay.
Because you have to have like said, hey, we've now made a kingdom at the very least, right? Said,
No, that makes sense. So do we want to have two of us do envoy and trade agreement, one with Oleg and one with Jamandi? Since we can't do the same thing, we could have two of us do that.
I'm fine with that.
It's not a bad choice.
I think we should have 3 of us do it and include the Sootskel kobolds into that mix as well.
Oh, you're right. You're
Good
right.
call.
So that would take up 3 of us, almost all of our things. So we want to do 3 diplomatic envoys.
okay. So your first. So are you each sending? So okay, I'm gonna go player by player, I guess.
Okay.
So DM next. What are you doing? So you want to send a diplomatic envoy to whom?
I was, Melkoff and Nuts. Do you have a preference on which one it is?
No, just pick one.
Okay. I'll do Jamandi because she's the one that sent us here.
Okay.
And try to be like, hey, we started setting things up. Here's where we're at. We would like to start having diplomatic relations.
Okay.
And I'll send one to Oleg.
And I'll send one to the kobolds since I speak their language.
That's part of the other reason. You can actually speak
Oleg.
Draconic.
All right, go ahead. So Kobold. So this is
Negotiation.
negotiation DC. See the sidebar on 519. Let me get that.
Yep.
519. Certain leadership activities allow a kingdom to attempt checks to negotiate with groups. Feel free to adjust them. Okay, so it is negotiation DC.
Oh boy.
Following list provides DCs for these checks. For groups, the PCs are likely to encounter. Okay, so Soot Scale Kobolds is going to be 20.
And what check are we actually making for this?
Rostland is going to be 15. And Oleg isn't in here. I'll make him 15. Send emissaries is the group's negotiation DC. Attempted to send a diplomatic envoy. This is leadership. Let's see.
Diplomacy.
Well, it's wouldn't it?
I don't know.
I think it's state.
I would
It's
love-
supposed to be one of the kingdom skills, but
Yeah.
I would like it to be that. That was the joke.
Yeah, me too. But statecraft, you say?
I think statecraft, and then the trade one is probably trade. I don't know, but I'm guessing that's the
We can go with
way.
that.
So yeah,
Makes
I'm
sense.
not very good at statecraft. We should have done statecraft. Oh well.
well, we only had so many.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I know. All right. Do you want us to roll?
Yeah. The other. Yeah.
Hey.
So
With
that's
diplomatic relations with Jamandi.
there, and I need one from Nuts and from Malcolm. Do them. Try and do them. Who was this?
That was
Is that
Malcolm's role.
Malkov?
Yeah. I don't.
Okay.
So at the moment, Oleg's saying not yet. Oh,
Oh boy.
close,
One.
but no cigar.
Can we get a modifier since we were friendly with him and helped him?
Yes.
And it is in their language because I sent it in Draconic.
Right.
So they will agree. Oleg says that he might need a little bit more help before things because the proper help, the proper army, I guess, that was meant to come still hasn't arrived. Keston's great, but Keston wants to do other things. And in fact,
Yeah.
let's use this opportunity in the middle of this. I know it's in the middle of this. Actually, I'll do it at the end of this section, but I'm going to have Keston stuff here, okay? So we'll do the rest of our actions for our leadership actions. So 2 out of 3 went well. Congratulations. The last one, well, there's other stuff that Oleg needs.
So
He's interested.
gonna-
He doesn't flat out refuse. He's just like, I need
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, given that, I was going to recruit an army.
that wouldn't be bad. I was going to say for Jamandi and the kobolds, can we establish trade agreement?
You may attempt to establish trade agreement.
Trade check,
Yep,
And
which should
Remember-
be at a +1.
5. And 1 for the economy.
Right.
and Malkov, remember the fact that you failed on that one says that on your next time you get a +2 circumstance bonus check to do that again the next time you do that.
Oh, really?
Ooh, that's
Oof.
good.
0 point.
Can you hero? Can we
You mean a
hero
fame
point
point?
those?
They know-
I was previously saying no, because this is not you.
Yeah, I figured.
All right, 1 second here, please. Trade. um,
Oh man.
so
Because the dice
the
are
trade
not
agreement
nice.
is a total loss. Gain unrest, and until the end of your next kingdom, take -1 to all economy. So that will negate your +1.
Yep.
All right,
Yay.
that's what it's gonna be.
So I'm gonna roll.
It's the way I've ruled it. Because again, I see this as being a kingdom,
Mm-hmm.
and you're just in the role facilitating what the kingdom does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and
I
make my
hate
trade
the
check
dice
for the
sometimes.
kobolds right now.
Yep.
Yep.
Very nice.
Hey.
Can I attempt to establish trade with Lady Jamandi?
I don't see why not. So we've got a trade with the kobolds, which means, and that's a normal success. Hang on. You send a band of merchants to establish trade agreement. I'll look at that in a minute, then Malkov. Your kingdom and a group of whom you've established a diplomatic relation. You can attempt, if your kingdom's proficiency rank, it's not. Checks DC is either the group's negotiation DC or your kingdom's control DC, whichever is higher. You successfully establish a trade agreement. Is that so? That's just normal success.
Yep.
With Lady Jamandi and a 16, that is also a success. And note that you pursue activity during the leadership activity. Recruit an army from the kingdom's citizens. Choose basic army listed at the start. Yep. Attempt a warfare check against the army's recruitment DC. 1 second, please.
I would do the statecraft check for what it's worth.
My
have a
third
minus
one,
two
I
to-
think.
we have a
I want
minus
to
two to
do
warfare.
Quell Unrest.
All right, just 1 second. All right, so
Yeah, no worries.
the armies that are available are infantry for 15, cavalry for 18, skirmishers for 20, siege engines for 23.
No, we
I
should.
mean,
DC
We
for
only
them?
have 21. I think we should build buildings before we.
No, this is not. This is
Yeah.
not RP. This is recruitment DC. That's what he has to pass.
Oh, okay.
yeah, like
Oh.
so like I wouldn't even be able to like so the modifier is a -2. So like to get cavalry, I'd have to roll a net 20.
Yeah.
I don't even
Roll
want to do
17
the
plus as it is just to get infantry.
yeah. I would want to do the statecraft check if possible.
So what?
Specialized army.
You're recruiting users must attempt a statecraft check against the recruitment specialized army. So, the lowest level of specialized army are Soot Scale Warriors. The recruitment DC is 20.
You'd have to roll an 18, but natural as far as that goes with that.
God.
This is stuff that we need to do after we've gained additional bonuses, circumstance checks,
Yeah.
things like
Yeah,
that.
that's fair.
For our starting round, it's going to be really hard.
Yeah, I was trying to like send stuff to Oleg, but it's fine.
Oh, I know exactly what you were trying to do, and it makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. It's just
Yep.
really
We
hard
could.
Not
right
yet.
now.
We could have you do the diplomatic envoy to Oleg since Malkov
That's
failed.
fine. No
And
worries.
he
I'll do
covered
that.
me on the trade negotiations.
fine. I will do that. 1 second.
And then I think we need to do some rest and relax.
Yep, that was going to be my
Or-
last action.
Yeah.
Using, arts.
Mine too.
So let's see. How do I do it? Do I just like public roles?
You click it. Yeah. So if you click on the send diplomatic envoy,
Yeah.
it tells you in there, but then you just roll the statecraft check.
All right, that's fine. Not bad. Okay, here we go. Boom. Probably did not
So,
work.
what is this for?
That's for Oleg again.
Nope.
Failed.
Yep. So he says the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, guys, listen to me the
Um,
first time. Next time.
And now, now for my like, I get two, right? That
We
was
get-
one, and then I get one more.
We get 3 total. So
Oh,
you
okay.
got 2 more.
Um,
The rest of us each have 1 left.
I'm gonna do a quell unrest because we've been taking unrest like crazy.
Rest
Cool.
and relaxation is the other.
Oh,
option.
that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah. Rest and relax.
Yeah. So arts, boating, scholarship, trade.
I was going to
I'm
attempt
gonna-
that with arts on mine. You do it.
I'll do trade.
So yeah. Oh. Uh-huh. Yep. Going well, guys.
Time is
Oh my-
wasted. Then you get back to work, you have to spend extra time catching up. May take a -2 circumstance penalty on your next skill check made as a leadership activity.
So that's the next
Let's do it.
leadership thing. Yep.
Is it his next? Or...
Yeah, his next.
Okay.
We have to note that
No.
Asriel leadership
All
minus
right,
2.
I'll try arts.
Yeah, you and Nuts can do arts. Hey.
So that'll reduce the unrest by 1.
It does,
Yeah, and since we had a second unrest, I'm going to try it as well with trade because we do need to get our unrest under. But I fail.
Oh.
Nothing happens
Unrest is
because we
1.
roll super well.
Is that everything?
I think
I
I got
have-
one more.
Nope, there's
I have 1
last
action
check.
left. And
Yep. And then we're
Azrael's
done.
got
Yeah.
one. Azrael's got 1 check, and I have check. I am also then
Yeah.
going to try to use the arts to rest and relax.
Do yes.
Nice.
So that brings our unrest down
To 0.
to 0 again. Oh.
Did we get trade with Jamandi?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, trade with
Okay.
Jumanji and trade with the
Jumanji and
kobolds.
Okay.
Yeah,
kobolds.
we got 2 trade agreements.
Celebrate holiday.
How about craft luxuries?
Yeah,
And
do
if
that.
you
That's
critically
fine.
fail, what does that do?
Increases one of your
Increase
ruins by 1.
ruins by 1. Okay. I want to make sure it wasn't something
Where
terrible because he has a
is that?
-2 on it. We don't want to
Uh,
crit fail.
that is
Is it ongoing or
Which one?
ruins? I'm wondering where that's tracked.
it'll be
believe that's the
corruption, crime,
crime,
strife,
decay.
or decay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Gotcha. So ruin is a category of those 4 things.
So, do you want to try, or
Ooh,
should
I haven't-
we pass?
I have an idea.
So
What?
Prognostication.
Your kingdom
Your
spellcasters attempt a basic magic check. Gain +1 to resolve random kingdom events. If we have any random kingdom events.
I mean, I've got something, and I got a task, and I can't really think of anything else right now. Maybe
the luxuries one is the only one that I was thinking more than anything else. Craft luxuries.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. It seems like the best possible choice right now.
Arts check. Okay, I will do that.
Nope.
Better than like not better than ruins.
Not a crit fail.
Not a crit
Yeah.
fail. It required an
Not a crit
14, so you were only a couple away from it. But yeah, so that is that.
Mhm.
We've done our leadership section now.
We're done. Yep.
Alright, so... God.
Our rolls were spectacular.
As we learn, we will get better at this and quicker.
Yeah.
But for now, let us move on to...
Excuse me. Sorry.
And we do have to do kingdom events at some stage as well, but we're not going to do that yet because we're going to follow the step-by-step guide here. We have to follow the guide. Sorry. Running a kingdom. Check for... Yep, so leadership activities we've done. PC leaders may now collectively attempt 3 region activities. So now we've got region activities, guys!
Hey.
536. So the region activities
Okay.
are...
That was weird. Just that I lost connection.
listed on page 536. Players
Looks like it's
assigned.
good.
Who rolls? Any skill checks required. So these are... region. What's going on about? Region activities. Build roads, claim hex, clear hex, establish farmland, establish settlement, establish work site, go fishing, fortify hex, gather livestock, harvest crops, or irrigation. So, your party may now attempt up to 3 collectively. The party decides who rolls. So we've got 3 in total,
So-
not 3 each.
Yeah.
So we said earlier establishing farmland, but in order to establish farmland, we need
You
to
got to claim it.
clear and
You gotta
claim.
clear it.
So
Which
claim,
one's
I
gotta
think,
claim?
is first, and then
Yep.
clear.
Sounds like it.
And you have to reconnoiter in order for it to be claimed,
Well,
obviously.
they're reconnoitered.
Yep.
So
So
clear. So claim. You have
exploration, intrigue,
reconnoitered.
magic, or wilderness.
This hex must be adjacent to at least one hex that's already part of your kingdom. It is. If the hex to be claimed contains hazards, it does not. So we make a check. We spend an RP, and it's exploration, intrigue, magic, or wilderness.
Intrigues are bad.
I think intrigue,
And Malcolm, you should make that roll.
because it's his position. Yeah,
Yep.
I agree.
Your purview.
14, success.
Yay.
Exactly. A success.
You
Oh,
claim the hex, add it to your territory, increases your kingdom size. So that goes to 2. Increases kingdom size. Done. Then clearing the hex. Attempt to prepare a hex to serve as a site for a settlement, or they work to remove an existing improvement or an encounter. 1 second before we do that. Let me just check establish farmland first, because it might not need to be cleared if that's the case. Established farmland might have it rolled into it, maybe. We just want to make sure that we're not doing more than we need to. It says here, plains or hills are predominant terrain. It is in the area of influence. It doesn't say that it requires it to be cleared.
okay. So we don't need to clear that one.
Yeah, looks like not.
Serve as a site for a settlement. Yeah.
If it's rough terrain. Okay.
So,
It already is, 'cause
according
it's-
to how I'm reading this, you may just establish farmland. In order to establish farmland, you need to spend an RP.
Check. So we're down to 19. Okay with that.
Yep. And check against your control DC. Yep.
Funny enough, critical success says that you establish 2 adjacent farmland hexes instead of 1.
Which would be nice.
Well, yeah.
Well,
We would need to claim an additional hex if we want to try to do that.
We
well,
can claim the hex in the northwest of us.
Can I I'll roll a claim I'll roll a claim for the other hex?
Well, we
or
haven't
do you-
reconnoitered the hex west of us.
We
Oh,
didn't?
that's right. We
I thought we
have.
did.
No, we never went through there. He's right.
Okay.
So we've got the
So we
river
did the
crossing.
one north
and
of,
we could
the
do-
old sycamore or the rickety bridge.
Yeah.
I'd say the rickety
Um,
bridge so that we can claim.
would
Rickety
agree with the
bridge
rickety
farmland.
bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rickety Bridge for sure.
All right. So do we want to claim that first in case, or
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Go ahead. Make the check.
We're going to do another intrigue check on that.
Yes.
Come on, Malkov, get another 16 plus.
You're lucky that you're invested, buddy, because that +1 mattered.
Yeah.
Nice.
Look at that.
All right. So you
We
now
got it.
you now have both of
Got
those.
the rickety bridge.
So I will change those things to reflect that. Okay, so I need to write a note in here, which is I need to write a note about hex notes. I'll just put hex notes. I'll remember what that means. So now make the established farmland.
Yep.
See, and it just says it check against your control DC, but it doesn't say with what.
It's
Maybe agriculture.
agriculture.
Just
So
agriculture.
that's going to be an RP, so I'm going to dock our RP. to
Yeah,
help out
by
with that.
1.
Well, wait. I mean, we already docked the RP once. Like,
Yeah, but each-
For
if we-
claim
if
hex,
we-
we're at 21. We spent 1, spent 1, spent 1. So we're at 18 now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good. It's correct.
One for each claim, and then the one for the established farm.
does the Viceroy do the ag stuff, or does that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
What's our control DC?
14.
Yeah.
It's not enough, sir. Failure is failure. Do
just-
not do
yeah,
it.
it's just failure. Thank goodness. Yeah.
It just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we've
Um,
used
That'd
all
be
of
that
our
turn,
actions now.
unfortunately.
That's all of the that's all the region actions we get.
Alright, so
Yep,
they'll have to be in the
unfortunately.
future. They're all cleared, ready to go.
Yep.
Do you know, is there a building that gives extra region
Fine.
actions?
I don't know. Sorry.
Okay.
Alright, so
Take a look at the buildings.
yeah. Something to look at. Cool. So we are up to the next bit. Beep.
That is definitely not my dogs.
Civic activities. Oh my gosh. Alright, so we've only
Wow.
got 15 more minutes. We're not even up
I
to
mean,
the
there's
event
only-
phase yet. Holy shit.
I mean, yeah.
This is, yeah.
I said, civic activities. You may now attempt one civic activity for each of the kingdom's settlements. You determine the order in which of these are attempted, but you've only got one settlement, so you can only attempt one. This can be out of civic activities. Build a structure or demolish. Do we want to do that?
Build a bank. Build a bank.
Can you?
Let's see.
Well,
No, cost 28 RP, 4 ore, and 6 stone. Need to have a DC 20 trade check.
Yeah, so you can't do that yet.
All it does is give you a +1 to the tap.
Well, no, like that's that like we needed that to do the what is it? There was something we were trying to do. Capital investment. That
yeah,
requires
but
a
we
bank.
can. That's
That
less
required a
important
bank.
than.
That's-
Yep.
Yeah, we want to get our region.
So we don't have lumber.
Build up.
We can't do that. I don't think we can do
Actually, can't
any
build
of
anything
them.
without those.
What's that?
We can't build anything without those commodities.
Yeah, we need
Cemetery?
commodities.
Hmm.
Yeah, it looks like all of them require
Yeah,
commodities.
alchemy requires ore, stone,
Isn't there a way?
dump?
stone,
A dump. A dump only costs 4 RP.
lumber, stone.
Remember that in the previous step, one of the things that we had a choice of, and something that we may want to consider now that we know how this goes, was in the leadership activities. We had craft luxuries, which gives us luxury commodities. I don't know if that's the same. Gain luxury commodities.
It doesn't sound like it's lumber,
No, it doesn't,
stone,
does it?
or
Okay, yeah, well, we're just going to have to establish some work sites in the future. So that's going to be very important for us.
Yep.
Establishing work sites and making that happen. So just as a by the by. So we can't do this at the moment. So we're going to skip and move on. And move on. Okay. So that is civic activities. We now have the event phase. Events affect the entire kingdom. Some are harmful, while some are beneficial. Only come to an end. They've properly been handled. Check for random event is step 1. Attempt a DC 16 flat check. So I'm gonna mouse off. We're not going to do the event today, but we'll have it ready if there is one next time. So this is 16. That is not 16. So, on a success, a random kingdom event happens. If no random event happens, the DC for the check is reduced by 5. So it'll be so random kingdom event is now 11.
11.
Interesting.
Event resolution we don't need. Random events present opportunities. These are handled now. In some chapters, specific story events are introduced outside of kingdom turns. These are resolved when they occur.
Oh, each time a kingdom claims a hex, it earns 10 XP.
Okay, we've got 20 XP. Can someone adjust that, or do I only have control of that?
Yep. Done.
You earn 30 XP for events. Surplus RP. Any RP remaining is at the end of the turn is converted at 1-to-1 as XP.
Yeah, which we probably
1-to-1 is XP.
Hang on,
Okay.
not yet. Not at the end of the turn yet. Where I need to go.
What do you gents think about trying to get the gold mine and a forest hex so we can get wood and ore coming in?
Yeah.
Wood before ore.
Okay.
I agree.
I don't disagree. I just was saying, should we focus on that?
Yeah.
Recommended, yeah. And obviously you've got the farmland that you'll want to make too. So all of those things are considerations leading up. Okay, so very good.
Also, later on, I think we should need to do building roads to
Yeah,
Improve travel.
trade. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's later.
it is.
And Matt, take over whenever. I just was chatting and dialoguing with them while you're getting your stuff done.
GM now rewards any Kingdom XP earned during the turn. The Kingdom experienced a random event. Kingdom turn that your Kingdom spent, and 80 Kingdom addition any RP that remains unspent now converted to Kingdom XP on a 1-to-1 ration to a maximum of 120. So please remove all Kingdom RP.
Oh, we remove it all. Ow.
Doesn't
Okay.
carry over.
That hurts.
It
It's
is
gone.
converted.
To
So
experience.
So now we're at 78.
that's how I read that.
I would agree.
Yeah, it's just then you can't bank for the next turn.
That's what I was going to
The
say.
RP
Like, I
that
mean,
you
how do you
need.
bank
The way
RP?
to do that is with like
You
buildings
don't.
and special stuff, which
Yep.
lets you roll shit over and bring in extra.
Again, like this may
Yep.
be wrong. I'll have to check on this. Okay.
Sure.
Sounds like you're right. It sounds like you're right.
So I'll write it in my notes. Kingdom XP
It's on page
and
45 of the PDF.
convert XP RP to XP. Yeah. So I'll check on that as well. Get a ruling. For now, I think convert means convert. If your kingdom's
Yeah, I
XP,
don't disagree. You're right.
Gaining kingdom experience. We've done milestone XP. So, yeah, what?
I was just gonna say, establish diplomatic relations for the first time, 60 XP.
Okay, add that please.
Oh, yep.
138.
So yeah, all of these things I'm not going to be able to keep track of all of it because there's a lot.
Establish first trade agreement, 80 XP.
Okay.
Damn.
Add it.
I got it. Hang on.
That's only for the first one that you do, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Those are milestones.
Okay.
Once we claim our first landmark, we'll get another 40. And claim a first refuge, gain another 40. I don't know what exactly those are.
You can
What's the
gain.
refuge with
You can gain 40 now because the Stag Lord's Fort is a landmark.
Okay.
Oh,
I got it.
so
All right, so
Quarter of the way there.
we're gonna bank this XP because you will get. So what we're gonna be doing next time, it's taken all session to get this far, and we have done one turn. So next time we at least need to get to level 3 of settlements at minimum. Okay, so I'll either do 1 or 2 settlement turns next time at the very start, depending on how long it takes. I do not want to take more than an hour because we've spent all of this session doing this. So I'm going to allocate 1 hour, the first hour of next session, to kingdom stuff. If it overflows by 10 minutes, that's fine, but like essentially an hour, right?
You need
And
to
then
hustle
after
on.
that,
Yeah.
then we will have some of the strings in relation to the story, in relation to roleplay, and we're going to start to move away to explore and do what the charter is here for, and keeping in mind that in this first section it does assume that we're ramping up pretty quickly in the settlement, and then it slows down. So it's like we're devoting all of our resources to that growth,
Yep.
to get the establishment. All right, so that's why we're going to spend that little bit. If we don't get very far in an hour, maybe I'll allow like half the session for it. But we'll see how we go. All right, you hear why I'm saying this? Well, like we don't want to
Yes.
spend 2 entire sessions doing paperwork. We want to get to actual like gameplay. So thank you for participating in something that has been pretty big, pretty involved. You can see now how much we have to tick off thing after thing, and it just you like, has it ended yet? And now it has. We've done 1 kingdom turn, guys. So yes, 1 kingdom turn. Pat yourselves on the back. Good job. And we know a little bit more now about what's necessary in these work sites, in the farmland, in some of these leadership activities, in order to get us to where we need to be. You've seen it. You've started to experience it. Hopefully this has been informative, helpful. We're trying to do that. And in the week coming, guys, make sure you, at least each of you, I want to see each of you pop in the chat 1 minimum kingdom name, 1 minimum capital name from each of you before the next session. If you put more, that's good. That's good. And then we will vote at the end. But I want minimum 1 of each, please, from each of you. I don't think that's too much to ask. Everyone at home that's been watching, for the 17 viewers that we had at the start and the 8 viewers that we have now, thank you for being here. This has been a slog for us, and hopefully not too much for you. Know that next time we are going to get to some action, or at least like at the second half of the session. So please join us then. I think we're good to be next week. Do you know anything about Death of the Deities, whether...
I don't right now. In theory, it's going to happen next Wednesday, but they haven't said.
Okay, you need to get onto them and you need to say, I have other commitments. I need to know by Saturday, or before Saturday night, your time. Because if we can't play, I would like to suggest and ask whether we can play Saturday. Is everyone available on Saturday or not, please?
Saturday evening, I'm good.
Same.
I'm pretty sure I'm good.
All right, so I am not making a session on Saturday yet. DM is going to go and talk to his Death of the Deities people. If he does not get a response, we're going to assume Wednesday is free. If it happens later on that it's not, we're just going to have to miss a session. Okay? If they say we're going to play, then we'll have the Saturday session. If they say it's off, then we'll leave it to the Wednesday. Everyone clear?
Yep.
Got it.
I am going to pop us to the ending screen of our stream here, and I'm going to find... that is the ending screen. I'm going to find someone to raid out to, and we're just going to check in with each other real quick at the end of all of this. 1 second, guys. What am I doing? I'm just typing Twitch. That's what I'm doing. Muting that, and we're going to look for tabletop RPGs. I'm going to look at this. Only Diamond Dust is active. So we're going to go over there. We've been there a few times now. It seems like they are going to be regular people for us. Off we go. Guys at home, guys in the chat, please look after yourselves. Please take care of one another, be kind to one another, take responsibility, and from me, at Nahat, be well. Until next time, Catch you later.